Want your questions, stories, comments, bad beats, good beats? You can email the round robin at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com. DEEPEND757@yahoo.com.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down up in these streets, nobody left to spend. Still thinking about the night before my brain is on the bed. Wherever head I see the crowd flashing through the lights. I'd rather see the carnage of some crowd in lights. Never know what's going on, just happy to exist. Drunk faces on the subway, cars running.
Good morning. We are live here on the East Coast of the United States. I was going to try to use this mask. I can't. I can't talk through it. I don't want you to try to listen. We are on the East Coast of the United States of America. This is live, the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray, your host. It is 6:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Couple more minutes late. But hey, man, can we just start about how great Halloween is for a holiday? For all the obvious reasons. So much fun out here last night on the shorelines of coastal Virginia. And we are live. This is your first deep dive look of the day. Weather, injuries, alternative lines, fantasy, whatever the case may be for your numerical interest on this afternoon, we will get into everything with you guys. Man, I'm just so excited. What a great night it was out here in Virginia Beach. Upgrading the studio. We have lots of new toys to play with. And that will be the reaction as we try to figure out things as we go along. That's supposed to be the applause right there, but that didn't happen. Okay, so welcome. This is the Round Robin. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray once again, and this is your first look at the NFL slate for Sunday's wagering card. We're going to try to get the best value. We'll go game by game. We have Dave Del Grande in about 30 minutes. He'll come to us from San Francisco Bay Area, and we will talk all the West Coast games, AFC West, NFC West, and see what he has to say about that, and maybe just a couple other things. Nephew Dave, he'll be popping in too. The Ant-Man, The Ant-Man will be in with fantasy injury angles and all that when we do our deep dive right about 7:45. We'll go through every game, through anything we can. Kicking myself last week a little bit on the Joe Burrow over 350 yards. I was all over that against the Saints. He had a slow start, and then he started to light it up. That offensive line is starting to figure it out in Cincinnati. And last week, Burrow went off, and his payout for plus 350 was probably about 8 or 9 to 1 odds. And you could see that coming all day against that Falcons secondary. But we're not able to pull. That's the thing, which is 1 week too soon. That happens to us all the time. Or we're 1 week too late when our thinking. That happens to us all the time as well. And soccer. Oh, man. Less soccer. Finally, the English Premier League comes up with a lot of goals yesterday. And somehow we just did not mix it all right together. I see winners everywhere on my card. And then, there's 2 of 3 here. There's 2 of 3 here. There's 3 of 4 here. But nothing to come through as the goals mount up. But this is week 8 in the NFL. Can you believe that? Week 8. And we will capitalize today. I don't think I've ever gone half a season in the NFL without profiting on a Sunday. We can't say our picks have been bad, except the ones last week were terrible. A lot of the plays have gotten there just by the regular point spread. That's not good enough for us. We need to overachieve. We need to move the spread to ridiculous proportions like we do for better odds and a better payout, putting down as little as we can and making the most of what we can out of that little amount. And that's what we'll do today. We're going to be on we're not going to be as loosey-goosey today, maybe. We're going to find our favorite plays across the board. I don't even know what they are yet. That's what's going to be about the fun of the show. As far as NFL thought, I don't have much of it. Even the college football, has there been a more boring day in college football that you can remember at this point of the season? I mean, I couldn't get involved in anything, which was probably great for me. I probably would have lost. I don't know. If I would have played tonight, I think I would. I like Tennessee for sure. I'm basically at this point rooting for Tennessee to win the national championship and North Carolina to win the ACC. And I think if those 2 good things happen, then we'll be off to a really good start. World Series, that was boring last night. So they are tied 1-1. Phillies and the Astros as we head into an off day for baseball. And football gets our full attention today. Sorry. Just looking for the breaks. We need them. We need the breaks. Can you please give us the breaks? If you were on the East Coast last night of Florida, then you had the Pie Tasters live in concert, back-to-back nights. They are our house band. They are coming into town, actually. I think there is a good chance we're going to get the Pie Tasters live in studio as well. So that would be fantastic. Get some live. They've never done acoustic before, and that is my challenge to them. Is let's get a 1 drum, 1 horn, or 2 horns. And the voice, Steve LaPlaca of the Pie Tasters. And the Pie Tasters, go get their music. They've been around since 1991, 1992. The Blacksburg, Virginia Tech area. Radford alumni, I am. One of the original Pie Tasters, Tal Bayer, played rugby. He was my teammate with me He actually gave me my college Lumpy nickname, which I don't hear much anymore. Not the funnest nickname, but the Pie Tasters are great. Get their music, find it online, download it. I was jamming out before me and the Ant-Man hit the town last night. And the Pie Tasters are so much fun to listen to. They really, really are. Ska, reggae, and we'll get a good taste of them here in our break coming up. That's all our intro and outro music, the Pie Tasters. But it is NFL Week 8, and we have lots to go over as far as the games are concerned. And, of course, the one thing I did not. Okay, sorry, people. I closed out everything last night in my drunken Halloween madness. I closed every window that I had set up for today. Not the music or anything like that, but I need to get back into the sports book here. We need to go down this list of the latest lines. Weather's going to be a surprise to me, too, at this point. There's no show prep for that. But I will say this. The show prep has been completely immense. We have all kinds of new graphics and fun stuff. I need to bring this in front of me so I see it. We have all new kinds of graphics and fun stuff that we can go over. All right, so... Let's start off. We have an England game. Let's get your latest lines. Let's see where we are at, because this is going to be all news to me, as well as we are live on the round robin, 6:15 Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast of the United States, out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Your first live NFL look into today's wagering menu, looking to make the maximum reward with the minimum investment. Okay, so the first game we got, the Denver Broncos and Russell Wilson, plus 2.5 points at the Jacksonville Jaguars. The over-under is 40.5, so that's the live line there in Wembley. Let's get, this is always fun. Why not try to get the weather updates as we go? The weather in Wembley right now, 90% chance of rain, 58 degrees. Currently, cloudy skies, 58 degrees. Next game, this will be inside. Dallas Cowboys, 1 o'clock, minus 9.5. This spread has shot up. Over under is 42.5. The Bears, the visiting team, they're plus 370 on the money line as we speak. The winner of this game will be first place in the NFC South. 1 o'clock, the Atlanta Falcons, minus 4, over under 41.5. The Eagles, this line is shooting up. A lot of line movement overnight. I can see that already across the board. The Eagles, 10.5-point favorites. Over under 42.5. The Cowboys and the Atlanta game are both indoors, so no weather issues there. Currently in Philadelphia, sunny skies, 2% chance of rain. It's cool though, a cool morning up there in Philadelphia. The Pennsylvania boys won't mind. Detroit, we will be inside for this game. Detroit, the Lions, a 4-point underdog. That line is moving over under 51.5 as we speak right now. Arizona Cardinals at Minnesota Vikings. That is retractable. If it's bad weather, they'll be inside. Minus 3.5. Over under 48.5 for Minnesota. Here's a rare instance. You don't see this too much. This is a lesson time You don't see this ever. You see it in the conference more than you will the division. I think it's still applicable to the conference, but in the division, I'm going to have to add this for a play later. It's a system play alone. So there was a Denver Broncos San Diego Chargers game back in the day. And when I say back in the day, I'm going to say like 2005-ish. I think it was the Tomlinson Chargers. I think it was in San Diego as well. So Denver was the favorite as the road team with the worst record at a divisional opponent with a better record. So once again, division game, the team with the worst record on the road is the favorite at the team with the better record. It makes no sense. It makes zero sense. So I played that and started paying attention to that trend. This is my own personal stat. I've seen it lose one time, and that was Brett Favre with the Vikings at the Chicago Bears. I think in what was a last gasp effort for the Vikings maybe to make the playoffs. Maybe Cutler was the quarterback for the Bears. I can't remember exactly. But the Bears beat them pretty good. But other than that, when this play happens, and I can probably count it maybe on both hands. I mean, it doesn't happen much. We have it twice this week, and we'll get there in a second. So away team in the division, favorite over the higher ranked home team. And that's what we have with the Patriots and the Jets. Pats minus 2.5 over under 39.5. The Las Vegas Raiders, they are in New Orleans. They are a favorite. Minus 1.5 on the road at the Saints. 49.5. This is a case of a team with a worse record on the road against a team with a better record. That might not be completely true. I actually have to go. I'll have to go through that. I'm pretty sure the Saints have a better record than the Raiders, but this is interconference. We're not going to apply that to the division theory that we hold. Titans. This is the 4:00 window. 4:05. Houston Texans -1 over the Tennessee Titans. Over under 44.5. The Colts, they are 3-point favorites at home. 39.5 over the Commanders. I feel so weird saying that. The 49ers, this is the case of a team with a worse record on the road against a team with a better record as a favorite. Although the Rams have a game in hand and the 49ers are they're a half a game back of the Rams. The 49ers on the road, a 1-point favorite over the Rams at home, over under 41.5. So by system plays alone, we take the 49ers and the Patriots today. That's just going to be an automatic. It doesn't matter what I think is where the numbers sit, and that's how we're going to play it. That game in hand for the Rams, though, it seems a little weird. It's not like they played the same amount of games. They could have the same record, technically. But the fact that the Niners are still the San Fran, wow. You just think they would be better than what they've been. But the fact that the 49ers are the favorite on the road at the Rams is just still a little intriguing. And that's going to come straight down to Shanahan against McVay. He's owned him completely. More on that later. Tonight's game, Buffalo -10.5, over under 46.5. And the Bengals tomorrow night, 3.5-point favorites on the road at Cleveland. So most games seem like we're inside. We need to get weather on New York, Seattle, and Cleveland. That's going to be our main objective. We'll go ahead and punch that in right now. New York weather is nice. No weather issues in New York today. It's going to be a mid-40s day. So sunny skies, nothing really to worry about there. 50% chance of rain in Seattle. So take note of that. Looks like we may have rain in the forecast for Seattle later. And the last place, well, the Monday night game. Let's get that. Cleveland weather for tomorrow. It looks like the rain will be clearing out in Cleveland tomorrow night. It's raining now currently. They had rain there today, or they had a game there today, then they would have rain there today. And this fun. Buffalo, looks like we got some rain. Cloudy skies right now. Actually, it may be moving out. We'll get a little bit more on that. But Buffalo may be the only weather situation. I don't think that's a factor for Buffalo, the Bills, the way they move the ball. They may have a field day with Rodgers and company tonight. We're going to have to get into that more. I need to find some plays. It looks like the auto plays right now we have are going to be on the 49ers and the New England Patriots, only because they are favorites on the road. They're favorites on the road against the home team with the better record, and we're going to have to look at that. Dave Del Grande, he'll be coming up here in a couple minutes. We'll have him on the other side of the break. We'll get into all the AFC West and the NFC West games with him. We'll see if we can find any fantasy value, some plays that come out of left field. I have a feeling he always comes up with a great perspective. He does this fantasy for a living. And Dave, he's old school. He's smart. He's been there. He's worked for the Oakland Tribune. I mean, he's covered the Raiders way back in the day, the Oakland A's way back in the day. Currently covers the Golden State Warriors. The fact that he's able to come onto this show every week and give us some perspective from his end, we got to take that for a lot of value in itself. He's turned me on to some things that are great. And honestly, if his things don't hit, like I know we had Eno Benjamin and Kellen Walker III to have some monstrous rushing game together. Walker III completely did. And Benjamin probably could have done better. We're going to blame the Cardinals offense at that point of the season. Man, I mean, where do we stand in the NFL overall? I just don't know. I'm going to ask Dave that firsthand coming up. I'm trying to think of the NFL season in a nutshell, and I can't really do it. I mean, the night games have been a little boring. The greatness is just not there. I don't know what it is, but I'm hoping for the excitement to pump out here for the NFL here pretty soon. Okay, this is the Pie Tasters. We're going to break. This is the Round Robin. I'm Stephen Murray on the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's end757@yahoo.com. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
With us from the San Francisco Bay Area, we have Dave Del Grande. He works for Field Level Media. Dave, I'm sitting back. I'm trying to come up with a short phrase or a word or two to describe what I've seen so far in this NFL season. Words maybe like boring come to mind, just undecided, parody. From what you've seen so far through 7 weeks, and can you believe we're already to week 8, what could you describe in your 1 or 2 or 3 words what you've seen so far in the NFL overall?
Well, one word stands out to me, and that would be early. I mean, it seems like we're a long ways into the season. Remember, they've added a game this year, so that, that's going to extend it a little farther. And, when you're a surprise team, an underdog team that's doing well, you want fewer games, not more games, because the more the games, the more likely the expected outcome is going to happen. And that's kind of what I expect down the line. I do not expect, I said this last week, and I look even worse today than I did then. I do not expect the Giants or the Jets to make the playoffs this year. Even though they, heck, they probably both have home field advantage at this point if the playoffs started tomorrow. There are teams that are underperforming, but, what I've also seen a lot of is, and I don't know if this was done intentionally or not, but a lot of teams haven't played a lot of division games. And you look at a team like Green Bay, that you'd say, wow, they're very disappointing. They appear to be headed in a bad direction. This is a team that's taken advantage of a very weak division over the years, or especially recent years. And I don't know that they've played more than one division game so far. It's like I keep waiting for, where's Detroit? Where are their 2 automatic wins over Detroit? Where are their 2 automatic wins over the Bears? Where's there at least 1 win over Minnesota? I mean, they're missing, a 5-1 stretch that all of a sudden you add that to their record now, and it's like, okay. I was wondering what was going on here. Oh yeah, Green Bay's back in the playoffs, and I think that, I don't know, a lot of teams. It just seems to me. I mean, I watched the 49ers have had a very difficult schedule. And then, not only, back-to-back games on the East Coast, although the competition wasn't great, but still, you go back-to-back from San Francisco to the East Coast is not good. They come right home, and immediately they get Kansas City the following game, and now they're back on the road playing the Rams. So I just think that some of these teams that are hovering around 500, I think they're going to find their stride. There's still a long way to go. So, again, I say it's very early, and I wouldn't necessarily draw too many conclusions yet.
Does that include Tampa Bay from what you saw Thursday night? And maybe
Well,
that's part of my
that's-
question from before is the Thursday night product just maybe my vision's tainted a little bit in the fact that just the primetime games haven't been that great. Even the Steeler-Miami game was a little boring last week. The Bears-Patriots wasn't a good game. You can go back to the Skins, the Commanders, and the Bears. And then what we saw on Thursday night with Brady. You still keep Tampa Bay alive, too, from what you've seen? Are you ready to throw the dirt on their grave?
Well, no, you can't do that. I mean, again, I look at their division, and New Orleans, New Orleans is decent for a team that basically doesn't have a quarterback. But I don't see them being a team that New Orleans is going to win the division. I just can't imagine that happening. If it's not New Orleans, well, is it Atlanta? They've been surprisingly decent. No, they're not going to be a 500 team when all is said and done. And Carolina, based on one nice win, are they going to be a 500 team? No, not close. So it's just someone's going to finish with a winning record in that division. And I got to believe that's going to be Tampa Bay. Brady looks older, no doubt about it. But he's still got a lot of weapons around him. Tampa Bay should be a little better defensively than they played. I watched the game the other night, the Ravens game. I thought it was, 27-22. I mean, that to me is, it certainly was a long ways different from the really, really bad games that we had earlier this year, which, I think was just an aberration. It happens with Thursday night schedule a lot. They don't necessarily get, first choice of games. I'm sure they'd love to have the 49ers and Rams this week, even though, that Tampa Bay and Baltimore is probably, about as good a marquee game as you're going to get on Thursday night. And Tampa lost that game. But I thought I found that game entertaining.
It's funny. Carolina and Atlanta, the winner of that game will actually be in first place tomorrow after Week 8. I guess no one really would have saw that happening though at the beginning of the season. Just kind of funny.
No, but like I said, you look at the NFC North as well. It's the same thing. It's they're not going to be there at the end. In the end, Green Bay is a notch below what they've been. Tampa Bay is a notch below what they've been. But what they've been is 3 or 4 games better than pretty much anybody else. And now maybe this year, maybe they're only 1 or 2 games better than the second place team. But I still think they're better, and I think that will bear out.
Okay, all right. Let's get into the games, and we have a Wembley Stadium game tomorrow to start the day, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast. Jacksonville, they get their one home game a year across the seas. They are 2.5-point favorites. The over-under is 40.5. Of course, everyone saw on the social media this week the Russell Wilson on the airplane stretching deal. In fact, I think the Ravens even posted some videos of them on the plane kind of heckling Wilson. So he's finding it to be an uphill battle to be a popular figure there around in Denver. Interesting game here, but Jacksonville has lost 4 straight against the spread. They're 3-12, for what it's worth, against the AFC West in their last 15. And Denver is a strict under team, 6-1 to the under. 7th ranked defense overall for Denver, so they are playing well on that end of the ball. What do you see in this early matchup, Dave?
Well, you call it Sunday morning. I call it Saturday night. Ooh, you don't realize
Right.
Out west, it's 6:30 a.m. out west. There ain't going to be a whole lot of people, paying any attention to that game, and especially with the quality opponents.
Right.
I don't know. I think you talked about it before. Some of these bad matchups that have become marquee games, and this is one of them. I mean, I just can't imagine either team providing any excitement in this game. And Denver's defense has done well enough that you would expect that they'd be able to slow down Jacksonville's offense. keep this game under 20 points for Jacksonville, set themselves up for a win. But, can Russell Wilson lead a team to 20 or more points? I mean, he certainly hasn't looked like it yet. They've played, a pretty tough schedule, I would say, so far. This is one of their easier games. But that said, Jacksonville certainly isn't as bad as they were last year. Denver's got no running game. It could get really ugly, and if the weather's bad, it could really, really get ugly. I really don't see any reason to tune into this game, to have any kind of fantasy angle on this game. I mean, literally, this game to me looks like 14-13. And what's funny is that I don't know if it's just me, the way I look at these games, but it seems like a lot of times when the American teams play in Europe, the kickers turn out to be the heroes of the game. And this would be a perfect game for that to happen. This would be a perfect game for, Denver beats Jacksonville 15-12. They make 5 field goals. Jacksonville makes 4, and there's no touchdowns. So if I were going to recommend anybody in this game, I'd take a shot with one of the kickers.
Brian McManus, total kicking points over under is 6.5. Same for Riley Patterson, who is the Jacksonville Jaguars kicker. Did you know that Riley Patterson was the kicker for the Jaguars, Dave? I had no clue, to be honest.
I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, that to me, that looks good to me, because
I got you.
I think the teams are decent enough offensively to be able to move the ball some, but not good enough to get the ball into the end zone a lot. Obviously, team scores 2 or 3 touchdowns, and your kicker is only getting a point at a time. They're going to have a hard time getting to maybe 6.5. But what you're saying is the guy going to make 2 field goals, and I got to believe at least one of the 2 is going to make 2 field goals, probably both of them. And so I would be very, very confident in playing both of those kickers to the over and expecting at least one of them to win.
Okay, so that's what we're looking for. We're looking for fun angles, and maybe the kicker is provided here. Could I sell you on, especially if it's raining, maybe? Could I sell you on 3-1 odds for under 31.5 points total?
I wouldn't be surprised, but that goes well with the kickers totals too. And it's something that I would be wary of, in making bets on games like this is if you have an idea in mind of how the game's going to be played, and you find an angle like the kickers one that says, okay, I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think the kickers have a chance to be the highest scorers. I'm going to play both kickers. If I'm right, I cash in. If I'm wrong, I don't also want to have the under 31.5 or whatever the total, whatever your total was there. Because it makes you, it doubly stings if you're wrong about the game. So if you really like the under 31.5, then double your bet on the kickers.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I like that. That's a very good strategy, and why spread it out when you can only take 1 or 2 things to make the payday would be the lesson there. Okay. We're back to the East Coast at 1 o'clock, which is a much more manageable time for the West Coasters at 10 a.m. in the morning. Arizona is at Minnesota. Minnesota is -3.5. The over-under is 48.5. This game is at US Bank Stadium. The 2 teams combined for 67 points last season, but the Cardinals are 4-9 straight up in their last 13 games. The under is actually 4-1 in their last 5 games. The one overcoming with the Saints game. And Dave, did you know that the last time these 2 met on Halloween, the Cardinals won in 1983, 41-31. High scoring points then in 1983, high scoring points last season. Can we get more of a shootout here than the game we just talked about? For sure. I'm assuming the answer would be yes automatically. Yes.
I think so, because I like where Arizona's at right now. They get Hopkins back. Obviously, last week they threw the ball to him a ton. It's not like this is a guy coming off a major knee injury, and we're gonna put him on a pitch count. We're only gonna play him half the snaps. We're not gonna throw to him often. No, this guy was not injured. He was on suspension. He's healthy. He's full of energy. He's ready to go. He had a nice game the last game. I expect that to continue to happen moving forward, especially because Arizona made a really nice move picking up Robbie Anderson from Carolina. I mean, a lot was spoken about the 49ers getting McCaffrey in the Panthers fire sale. Well, Arizona did the next best thing. They got Anderson, who's a great complementary receiver to Hopkins. All of a sudden, this team's got receivers as good as any other in the league. They've got a good pass-catching tight end, and now James Conner is getting healthy again at running back. I think this offense is ready to explode. Minnesota's traditionally a pretty good defense, but that hasn't shown this year, and I'm not necessarily sure why, and I really don't think it's going to happen this week. This is a game where Minnesota probably goes in thinking we can outscore these guys. They're not going to stop our passing game either. And I think this could have the potential to be a very, very high-scoring game. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if it's a very close game as well, those 3.5 points sound pretty nice to me. Just because I think Arizona at this stage is at least as good a team as Minnesota.
Okay, so if we're going to look for a high-scoring game, we're at 48.5. Do you think that they can get into the 60s, kind of like what they did last year?
I think that's possible.
Plus
yes,
340, plus 340 to get to 61 points.
I think that's very possible. I just think that this is going to be a game that's going to be close. And as one team scores a touchdown, I just don't see the other team settling for a field goal. I think that they both can match touchdowns. They both have dynamic wideouts. You're probably looking at a game here where there's going to be 2 or 3 touchdowns scored from 40 yards or more, which obviously not only adds points to a total, but doesn't subtract from the clock. I can easily see this both teams going into the 30s in this game, and that sounds good to me. I'd be intrigued by any kind of line they put on Anderson in this game, if there is such a line, because I think he's got a chance to be, a real sleeper, in fantasy. I mean, certainly, if you can get him right now off of waivers, because he's, didn't have much of a season going. So it's possible that whoever had him cut him or whatever. Right. You can get him now, because it's going to be too late after Sunday's game when he comes out and probably has a nice game. I mean, 6-7 catches, 100 yards, a touchdown or 2. And at that point, you're thinking, oh man, why didn't I pick him up yesterday? Now he's not available anymore. So I think he's, and with Hopkins on the other side, and especially coming off last week, where he got so many looks last week, Anderson's just going to see man-to-man coverage, for pretty much everywhere he goes. And he's got the potential, he's a very good deep receiver. And Murray can get that ball down the field with the best of them. So, I would think, I think there's a very good chance in this game that Anderson has a long touchdown catch. And, you catch a 50-yarder, then you're going to end up with 100 yards somehow, some way.
So plus 550, I think you'll be a fan of this. Anytime touchdown score, Robbie Anderson, right there.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Yes, I'm. That's pencil me in for that one.
They're not quite all the props up yet. They just have some of the basic ones. They're not even given the prop for 2 touchdowns yet on Robbie Anderson. Let me ask you this though. Who would you have more faith in getting the job done for you? Because it looks like their odds are at an even split. Talking about Benjamin or James Conner. If you had to take one or the other.
You cannot. You cannot take one or the other. I mean, it sure sounds. I mean, Benjamin. I talked about Benjamin 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Right.
I think when they were playing Seattle, and he didn't really have much of a game then, but he's certainly gotten a lot better. Kind of what I expected the last couple of weeks. It looks like he's caught his stride, but it sounds like Connor's a go this week.
Mm-hmm.
And if he is, then it's one of those situations where he's not going to come back and play every snap because A, he's just not physically ready to do that yet, and B, you've got this backup who's kind of on a roll. I mean, you kind of got to throw him out there and, give him every third, series or whatever. I can easily see them. And this is not a huge rushing team. And so I can easily see them, one guy getting 10 carries, the other guy getting 8. Benjamin's a better pass catcher. I'm staying away from that.
Okay, let's go down to the Caesars Superdome. We have the Las Vegas Raiders at the New Orleans Saints. And their last 9 games combined, so 5 for the Saints, 4 for the Raiders. The over has hit in all of those games. The Saints actually rank 8th in passing with their quarterback, so 256.3. So Dalton stepping in really nicely after Winston goes down. The Raiders actually rank 11th in rushing, so they can move the ball on the ground decently, but they are 3-6 on their road against the spread. Their last 9, they have never met on Halloween, and this is only the 14th Raiders the 15th Raiders and the Saints matchup. And if it were a Halloween game, which is Halloween Eve on Sunday, obviously, and these two teams with their color schemes could really, if they pick the right color schemes out for this game, it could be very entertaining to watch just for that alone. What do you see for the Raiders and the Saints down in the Caesars Superdome, Dave?
Well, first off, we talked last week about how that was a big game for the Raiders last week, not only to win, but to kind of, look impressive in winning, and I thought they did. I thought that was a very nice game for them. Unfortunately, this is a terrible spot for them. First off, you got New Orleans coached by Dennis Allen, right? The former Raider coach.
Yes,
everybody hates
good angle.
And he's a defensive guy. This is just, and Devontae Adams has been sick this week. It's just, it to me looks like a very bad spot for the Las Vegas offense. And meanwhile, like you said, Dalton has been surprisingly good, but they're missing Michael Thomas, they're missing Jarvis Landry. They just don't have the components to have a high-powered offense. Chris Olave, has had a really nice season, but they're not as dynamic passing team as they were, as they could be with their receivers there. So I think they got to count on Kamara more, with his short passing game, and Dalton, is very good at that. So I'm going to look at the under in this game, just because, like I said, I give Allen the edge over the Raiders offense, and I just don't see New Orleans, especially if their defense is playing well. I just don't see them, airing it out and getting big plays. I mean, I can see them marching up and down the field, their touchdowns coming at the end of 6, 7, 8-minute drives, but that just, chews up the clock. And so I'm going to, I'm going to stay away from this game in terms of expecting big numbers from guys. I do expect New Orleans to win this game, though. I'm going to be surprised if the Raiders are able to pull this thing out.
The Raiders are actually the favorite on the road, 1.5 points for that. Over-under is 49.5. So if you like the under 49.5 is a pretty decent way to go, wouldn't you say? I mean, you get a lot of leeway there.
Yes. Well, and to me, it's if the New Orleans is going to win this game, it's going to be because their defense, it does something. I wouldn't, I'd look at maybe New Orleans getting a defensive score. I'd look at certainly you said they're the underdogs, so they've got to have a little bit of a price if you took them straight up to win. There's even places where you can lay points in a matchup like that and get a better price. I'd lay up to 6.5 points in this game, expecting New Orleans to win this game. Because if this game starts going south for Las Vegas, first off, Dennis Allen is not going to, pull any of his punches here. He's going to go for it. He's going to go all after Carr with all of his blitz schemes and try to, embarrass him. I don't know. I just think this has a potential to be a disaster for the Raiders.
I got you. So -6.5 would be plus 210 for the Saints. And if you want the ultra disaster, you can get close to 5-1 if you win by 14 points. Would that be something you would be tempted into doing?
I would expect that, that price to be higher than that.
Right,
I can see that happening.
Yep.
But I'd like to see that happening at 12-1.
Yep.
And not 5-1. Yeah, that's that doesn't intrigue me so much. I'd look at the New Orleans to get a defensive score. If it's, I don't know if they separated by interception.
Plus 650 plus 650 for New Orleans anytime touchdown on defense.
Well, there you go. That to me that's that's something I'd take a shot at.
Chris Olave, he's had a nice year with fantasy. He's been on one of my teams. He's done very, very well. Have you grabbed him at all in any of your teams? Or
oh yeah, I thought Michael Thomas was going to have a nice bounce back season this year. After having missed pretty much the last 2 seasons. I mean, Michael Thomas used to be as good a receiver as there is in the NFL. And he had 2 years off. It sounded like he was healthy. All the reports were good from training camp. So I drafted him on my team as a third receiver. I thought, man, I got myself a nice steal in like the 5th round. This is a guy who with if he plays like he did 4 years ago, should be a 1st or 2nd rounder. And unfortunately he's gotten injured again, but fortunately for me, I was smart enough to cover him by taking Olave. Because Olave to me was someone who wouldn't necessarily have been brought along real quickly unless, Thomas got hurt. And Thomas has gotten hurt, and now, and so has Landry for that matter. And now, all of a sudden, this guy's become they're pretty much their number one target. And you got a competent quarterback there, and I'll pat myself on the back there for being smart enough to recognize, well, either Thomas is going to have a good year, or if he gets hurt, Olave will probably have a good year. So draft them both. And I did, and it's worked out real well for me.
Just generally asking, because I know how it's gone for me and my very invested fantasy neighbor who comes on the show, the Ant-Man as well. He has been cursed by Taysom Hill. Have you found yourself in those boots many times?
Well, yes. I certainly don't like it when I see him in the game. Unfortunately, Thomas would be a guy who, when New Orleans gets inside the 5-yard line, it's kind of like Evans for Tampa Bay. Thomas becomes a go-to guy. I guess a lot of his touchdowns. In fact, I think he's got 1 touchdown this year with a lot of short pass. Where he gets a lot of touchdowns. That's when you see, oh no, Hill's going in a quarterback. They ain't throwing the ball, to Thomas. But with Olave, he's not that kind of receiver. He's much more once they get inside the 5, he might as well not even play because, they're going to run the ball either with the quarterback or run it with, Kamara or swing it to Kamara or, throw it to a tight end. And so, I don't feel as bad certainly I don't like it, but I don't feel as bad as I would if I had Thomas in my lineup.
Okay, to the Pacific Northwest, 4:25 Eastern Standard Time. The Seattle Seahawks minus 3-point favorites over the New York Giants. 44.5 is the over-under. Dave said earlier that he expects the Giants to begin their stumble eventually here. That could be right here in Seattle. They rank 30th overall in passing, do the Giants, but they are second in rushing. Seattle, they rank 10th in rushing. The Giants, 6-1 ATS on the season. Pete Carroll, your buddy up there in the Pacific Northwest, is he going to solve the riddle to getting the Giants and their coach Dayball with loss number 2? How do you see this one breaking out?
Well, I find it a little hard to believe that they've made Seattle such a big favorite in this game because, they might be the better team in this game. If it is, it's not by much, and they're certainly not playing better. I mean, the Giants what do they got to do to prove to people that they're better than they have been? This line indicates, Giants are a 500 team and Seattle's a 500 team, and we'll give Seattle a slight favorite based on being at home. Well, no, the Giants are not a 500 team. The Giants have found a way to win this kind of game time and time and time again, and it would be no surprise to me. I'd consider them the favorite to win this game somehow, some way, especially with Seattle missing Lockett and Metcalf. No, they've got no receivers. I think the Giants are going to be able to play, their conservative way. Get Jones running and doing his thing. And I don't see this as necessarily being a real high scoring game. I think it's a game that certainly the Giants can hang in there all the way and then come down to the end. I want the team that's found a way to win time and time again over a team that has been surprisingly good, but not nearly to the extent that the Giants have been. So, I'm going to give the Giants the nod in this game.
Okay. From a fantasy angle, Kenneth Walker III, now his stock is up a lot, and it reflects in the numbers. Even just to get to 90 yards is only plus 116. Do you think that's really the key tomorrow for the Giants, just shutting down that run? And like you said, they got the banged up receivers on.
Yes. That's got to be their emphasis in this game. I certainly wouldn't want any part of, any kind of over numbers on the Seattle running game. Right. You never really know where, you might get a lucky, 1 yard touchdown or, a couple of them, somehow, some way. But, if I were, I don't really see anybody in this game where I would say, I want this guy on my fantasy team. The only one that I think has a chance to do something would be Marquise Goodwin. He had some decent seasons when he played for the 49ers. Mm-hmm. He's as fast as any receiver out there. He's one of these guys who, they only caught 2 passes, but they were for 75 yards and a touchdown. It's like, okay, it's not the kind of guy you want in your fantasy lineup because he doesn't give you the touches, but he is, he's their all of a sudden he's become their number 1 receiver. So they're going to throw to him more than 2 times. They're going to throw to him, I'm guessing, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 times in this game, mm-hmm. especially if the Giants get ahead. And you give him, he's kind of like Tyreek Hill. You give him 8 touches, he's going to find a way to find a gap in your secondary and, run 60 yards for a touchdown like a blur. And so I think he's got to, if you, want to take a shot at something and look at, him having a 100-yard game, him catching a touchdown pass more than 50 yards, something dynamic where you can, you can throw a couple of bucks out there and make, get some decent odds. I don't think it's a risk necessarily where you'd want to, risk a whole lot, but I do think it is, potential reward there. And like I said, it's the only thing I can see in this game that I would have any interest in.
Marquise Goodwin is plus 230 for anytime touchdown. If you think he can get 19-1 odds. The receiving yard props, for the most part, are off the board. It's interesting. They still have Metcalf listed on here with odds where I was pretty sure he is not going to go.
I think they've ruled both him and lock it out.
So this book,
but I like that, but there's an indication that wherever you're seeing these odds, isn't sure who's going to play, and certainly if Metcalf plays, that hurts Goodwin. So if the guys posting these odds are thinking,
jump on it now.
There's a good chance that Metcalf is playing. Let's pump up, Goodwin's odds because he's not going to do well. Well, you know what? When Metcalf doesn't show up, and you're going to be happy to have gotten down on Goodwin early because as soon as they announce that Metcalf is out, Goodwin's odds shrink in half. So I like him for one touchdown in this game. 2 touchdowns, 19-1. Okay, I'll throw a crumb at that. But to get 1 touchdown in this game, I think he's as likely as any Seattle guy to score in this game.
Okay, down to SoFi Stadium, which is going to be the premier 4:25 Eastern Standard Time game, highlighted game, the national game, if you will. Let's see here. The Niners, they are 6-0 against the Rams against the spread in their last 6 games and 7-1 straight up. The Rams here, they are 11-4-1 coming off their bye week. I guess that's kind of an older one. That doesn't really matter too much. But they are 5-2 straight up in their last 7 games against the NFC West. But they are 1-6 against the spread in their home games against the 49ers. You rarely see this where you have a division opponent who is the favorite with a worse record over the home team. Now, the Rams do have a game in hand. The Patriots and Jets would be the other rare occurrence this week. You hardly see that in a season, much less in the same week. But here we go again. It's McVay and Shanahan, 49ers and the Rams. What do you expect out of this one? Rams, very good defensively on the year. Better ranked defense stat-wise here overall at this point in the season than the 49ers. So maybe that's a little bit of a surprise to some. But they've been lackluster on offense too. What do you see, Dave?
Okay, here's the very first thing I would do right now if I were, on your site there that offers odds or at a window in Vegas or whatever. I want to see the futures on NFC Player of the Year because I think Christian McCaffrey is going to win NFC Player of the Year.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
And his odds right now have got to be pretty good. And I mean, he's got, you say, well, he's going to, certainly Jalen Hurts is a big favorite right now, but some of the, the usual suspects, Aaron Rodgers is a candidate for that honor every year. He ain't there this year. Tom Brady's not there this year. Deebo Samuel, was up there last year. He's not there this year. Who's the second, MVP, second favorite MVP in the NFC? I couldn't even tell you. Cooper Kupp. I mean, I don't know who it is. And Christian McCaffrey joins a perfect situation for him. The 49ers need outside speed. This guy runs outside as good as anybody. He catches the ball in the flat as good as anybody. And he joins a team that's not running on all cylinders on offense. It's not like he comes in and you have to ask, well, who are they going to stop throwing the ball to? Deebo Samuel Deebo Samuel is injured. He's not playing this week, so there's one less guy that have the ball. Ayuk, seems to be a tease. I mean, he has a decent game every once in a while, but not very often. They try to get the ball to Kittle a lot, but even he's not getting as many looks as maybe he did a couple of years ago. This is a team that desperately needs to get their running game going. And Christian McCaffrey last week, for a guy who had practiced one time and didn't know like any of the plays, I thought he looked very, very good in his limited appearance. He looks healthy. He just looks like the type of back that, oh my God, this guy's a perfect fit for an offense that's ready to do better things. And I think that starts immediately. I think you're going to see him tomorrow, get, at least 15 carries, at least 6 or 7 catches, total yards over 200 easily.
Wow. Good. Okay. Cool.
And, probably a couple of scores. That's not to say that I think the 49ers are going to dominate this game, because they're just not playing well enough defensively, and they're just not playing well enough offensively, and they got a lot of guys hurt. So I don't really, I'm not really sure they're going to win this game again, although they seem to find that way against the Rams. I just think that McCaffrey is ready to explode. And like I said, you wait till Monday morning to get down on McCaffrey to be an NFC MVP. You're going to get him at 4-1 instead of doing it today and getting him at 12-1, or what? I don't even. I'm just throwing numbers out.
I'm going to have to do some investigating to find that one.
Yeah. So I'd say I'm pro basically any McCaffrey prop that's out there this week. In terms of the Rams, you're talking about, okay, they don't got Akers around anymore, or at least he's not playing. So you'd think Henderson. 49ers have been terrible against the run. Henderson's the type of back who you would think, like the Falcons did a couple weeks ago, would just pound on the 49ers. But he's been sick this week. I'm not sure that he's really ready to be 100% performer. And they don't really have a guy who's, I'm not even sure who their backup.
They have the guy who's been injured. I just actually picked him up because he's still was listed as on the injured list, but they just activated, I believe, on Thursday. And this is when I last looked Thursday. I'd have to look at my lineup here. What's this guy's name? This would actually maybe take half a second. It starts with, I want to say it starts with a K, his last name. Oh, man, they said they have very, very high hopes for this dude, and he may be getting the ball. Now, I got him just kind of sitting on my bench. Here we go. I'll have his name here in a second. Man, they still have him on IR. Kyron Williams, the running back.
Yeah, you see, I mean, I think the potential is there this week for a Rams running back to surprise. I don't think that's going to be Henderson. I do think that they'll, somebody's going to get an opportunity to play this week. And I wouldn't be surprised if he did something good. I mean, it would be, find this kind of guy, at 50-1 to score a touchdown and throw, like I said, throw a crumb at it or two, because I think that, I think there is the potential there, because the quarterback's not running for touchdowns. And if Henderson is only playing half the game, the 49ers are so bad against the run. This game screams out for, well, somebody's going to get a rushing TD for the Rams, and who is it? And so I think it's as likely to be the backup, whoever it is, the backup that they put into the game, to spell Henderson.
Yeah, so that's going to be a key, is to look at the actives tomorrow for the Rams, and whoever's going to get that nod maybe go ahead and jump on that.
Right. In terms of the Rams receivers, I think that, obviously, the 49ers have done an adequate job. And, one of the reasons they've been successful against the Rams is they've done an adequate job of, stalling Kupp. I wouldn't look for one of his biggest games this week. And so the Rams are going to have to, and like I said, I don't expect them, the Rams running game is not at full strength. And yet the 49er defense has not been playing that well. So where's this offense going to come from? It wouldn't surprise me if it came from the tight end. It wouldn't shock me if it came from Allen Robinson, who's been so terrible, but does have some, glimpses of positivity. And so I'm, other than McCaffrey, when I'm looking at the Rams in this game, I'm thinking, well, the Rams are going to find a way to score 3 touchdowns, and maybe Kupp gets one of them. But if you can identify the other 2, that's where the money's, there to be made.
I think you'll like these numbers a lot. Christian McCaffrey over 100 rushing yards is plus 430 tomorrow. Even just to get to 80 yards is plus 205. That's for rushing for McCaffrey. For receiving for McCaffrey, 80 plus yards receiving is plus 680. Just for 60 plus is plus 290. I think I'm going to sell you on all those.
Yes, I'm sold on all of those. On total receptions, which is, obviously is his greatest strength.
Right.
Is catching numerous balls.
We'll have to look that up too. Interesting.
Yeah, and like I said, you're no Debo tomorrow, so
No
there's
Debo. He's out.
You don't have to worry about look, they put Debo back. He's lining up at running back. He's taking 5 carries away from McCaffrey. No, that's not going to happen. I just think that the 49ers have not. I mean, Deebo Samuel's a great weapon, but this is the perfect fit for the type of offense that they like to run. And so I just think the sky's the limit for this guy for not only this game but for the rest of the season.
All right, it sounds like we've found at least some decent angles for pretty much every game we talked about, and we won't have to wake up early. We can just root on the 2 kickers for Jacksonville and Denver to get us over 6.5 points.
There you go.
Each. All right, and then we'll snooze away and then get up a little bit late. Okay, Dave, a lot of fun, great conversation.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
When we wake up at 9 a.m. on Sunday morning, we being the West Coasters, and see the score of that game is, oh my God, you got to be kidding me! The score, 12-9, and everybody's saying, "Thank goodness I didn't get up." It's the people like us who are like 12-9. That sounds like 7 field goals, and you just made my day. I'm going to order the jumbo breakfast with my profits.
I just witnessed the live total drop 3 points here online as we speak. So we're moving the lines. Okay, Dave, great conversation, and we will talk to you next week. That is Dave Del Grande with Field Level Media. We will be back right after this. estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Tired of your swimming pool's diatomaceous earth pool filter? The constant cleaning, green pool, cloudy water? I thought this was supposed to be clean. Trust your swimming pool's water quality with a custom sand filter install. A clean, easy solution for your swimming pool operations. Contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
There's a place where we go to have a view when we feel low. Drink ourselves into the state, drown our sorrow and view our hate. All day beauty in a tight black dress, pulls our blood, cleans our mess. That's to the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another day.
Of course it does. Welcome back. This is the Round Robin. We are here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Dave Del Grande, we appreciate you for coming on, man. That was great insight into our games that we have coming up. The 1 o'clock, all 3 windows. We covered the Broncos. Look at that angle, Dave. Nephew Dave is in the studio, and we have our first bet ready to roll for the day. We have the 2 kickers of the Jaguars and the Broncos game. Dave, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Name me the kicker for the Jacksonville Jaguars. If you can do that, I'm going to be very impressed.
You know what? It's slipping my mind right now, but it's funny. I had him on one of my fantasy teams, and
Riley Patterson.
Yep, Patterson,
David.
and I think I dropped him, so I can't even think of his name.
If we do this parlay, and we talked about it with Dave Del Grande here a few minutes ago, you need to scroll over to kicker props, and just like that, Dave. Just because we're so much onto this, they've taken the kicker props off the board for this game. Where did they go? I can't even find them right now. That's crazy.
They knew we were coming.
So if you can find, we're going to have to find another. I've been shopping around, Dave, as we mentioned.
Right.
So I'm going to have to find another book to get down on the 2 kickers, each over 6.5 points in this 9:30 Eastern Standard Time London game. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray, Nephew Dave in studio. We are broadcasting live from the Virginia studios. Your first look into the NFL Sunday slate, injuries, weather, lines, alternative lines, survivor, fantasy, touchdown scores, best defenses, whatever you want. We're going to try to serve it up to you the best way that we can. We're going to show you guys some new ways to bet. The Round Robin is, of course, named for our method to the madness, at least mine. I like to take 3 or 4 or 5 games and put them all in parlays, loop them all together. A Round Robin is this. It's simply a multi-leg parlay where you have teams A, B, C, and D. If you have a 4-team parlay, so you have all those teams on the parlay, but you also have those teams in 3-game parlays, 2-game parlays, all matched together. So team A, B, and D, teams B, C, and D together, A, B, and C, A, C, and D. That would be the David, you like that on the fly here after our coffee shot of espresso that we just had. And then if you want to do the 2-game parlays, there are 6 combinations of those 4 teams as well. So if you go ahead and put down a round robin parlay on maybe if you find 4 NFL games today, and you can just move the spread number to something that you like. We're not going to be concerned about closing line value because we're going to make the line whatever the hell we want it to be. And we do that for the sole fact that we know that there should be mathematically in every sports blowouts every night, whether that's underdog covering or, underdog barely winning, who was a big underdog, or a favorite absolutely crushing it, or over under style that way, a complete shootout. We're going to move the line to where we like it. We're going to try to range it where I like plus 240, plus 245, all the way up to plus whatever, 1,200. The higher, the better. And we'll do some examples as we go. But if you hit 3 of those 4 off a $45 round robin combined, so that's maybe, if you do the 3-game parlays, that's going to be 4 $9 3-game parlays, and maybe a $9 a $9 4-game parlay. So 5 different bets. We're avoiding the 2. But side note on that in a second. But if you do the $45, then you can potentially literally make about 10 grand if those 4 legs hit, all of them. So you just got to be smart enough. And, we're not here to give you the picks. We're going to just take our own shots. If you want to tag along, you can. Don't blame us. My picks, Nephew Dave, last week.
How'd you do?
Absolutely terrible. Your picks, on the other hand, Nephew Dave. So you're red hot.
There we go.
I'm not.
We go.
But even against the spread, my picks were not good. So I was way bad with my picks against the spread. Not even counting the all lines. But that's the beauty of the way that we bet, Dave.
Right.
Is that we know we're going to lose, and when the wins happen, they're going to make up. That big hit's going to make up for the $45 loss.
Absolutely.
A lot times over. I mean, it hasn't not worked yet, if that makes sense. And it hasn't not worked yet. I'm not sure if that makes sense or not, but to me, in my mind right now, it does. How about that? How about this, Nephew Dave?
Right.
Let me ask you this before we get into Survivor, and we're going to go down the list of the latest odds that we have right now, and we're going to do our exercise of identifying the good defenses,
right?
The stinky teams, and the teams to be on lookout for who are perceived to be stinky, but maybe can get ready to go on a run. But let me ask you this. I'd asked Dave Del Grande this too. I was trying to think of a few words to kind of summarize what I've seen so far in the NFL season. Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of parity. I can't say it's been super exciting. Maybe boring at times. I don't know. As far as your entertainment standpoint, and this is going to come from a Commanders fan,
right?
The NFL overall, what's your general impressions that you have going into Week 8?
So to start, it's just been, for me, the term I would use for it, when I'm talking to friends and you, I know because we talk quite a bit throughout the week, as you would expect. it's just been kind of an odd or a weird season, maybe to start. I mean, look, you got the Jets are actually possibly a decent team. They're showing you every week that they're at least, in the fight, and they want to win ball games. When's the last time, if you're a Jets fan, that you could get excited about that team? I certainly don't know. But and then you have, on the other side of the coin, Denver goes and picks up Russell Wilson, and that is just flat out not working out for them right now. I don't know what the disconnect is over there, but they expected to be a playoff team this year, and right now they couldn't be further from it. You have the reigning champs. They don't look like a very good football team. The Rams, that is. So I don't know. It's just been, to me, Steve, it's just been kind of a odd start, and we're right there at halfway. We're inching up to it. So I don't know. We'll see if the narrative, I guess, flips or if these teams start picking it up. But it's been unexpected for sure. If any of that makes sense. It's just been kind of weird that these teams are, Jacksonville, they expected to be a little better. I don't think anybody's super surprised by, their 2-5 record, but they thought they were going to be a little and it's just stuff like that it seems. So we're off to a reverse start. We're in the bizarro NFL right now. I feel like.
You know what? That's actually, I think that sums it up perfectly, to be honest. As bizarro NFL, it's just, even though that is different, I can't say it is a fun different because
not really.
And I'm not even saying that as a Patriots fan. I actually don't expect the Patriots to do much. At the end of the day,
right?
Are they going to win the Super Bowl this year? No. I mean, the Bills will before they will.
Right.
I'm not saying that the Bills will, but the Bills will win it before the Patriots win it. That's
no doubt.
sure.
No doubt.
So it's just been a little bizarro, like you said, and we do have that game. Let's do our list. Let's go through our exercises because you just mentioned it, and that's our first game on the list, and that is the Jacksonville Jaguars and Denver Broncos.
You probably bet the over on us running into that game. I feel like could happen today.
Well, over under 40.5. The line is -2.5 right now. Let's talk about this game just for a second because we're going to have the early risers whining the gamble on it. Dave Del Grande says take both the over and the kickers, like we just talked about, over 6.5 points each, if you can get down on that. And that's about a straight parlay payout, about 13-5 on your money. So if you put down $25, that's going to win you 65, which is, I'd say that's pretty fair to rely on the Jacksonville and Denver kickers to get the job done. Defenses could stand out here. I think what happened last night, Nephew Dave, on Halloween is I had everything ready to completely roll up here on the screen as far as show prep contents. And what happened was I came in here all drunky and erased everything.
Sabotage.
Or at least kick it off.
Sabotage.
Well, so the NFL.com, you need to do a better job at your stats on here. So I have like the defense pulled up, and I literally, this used to be my go-to reference. I'm not a moron when I do this, I'm telling you. But I can get the defense of passing, rushing, receiving, the scoring, everything. Give me overall defense. And when I click on scoring defense on NFL.com, I'm calling you out. I'm getting what they've scored on defense. Like the 49ers have no touchdowns for fumble returns.
Right.
They have no safeties. They have 2 interception returns. Who cares about that? I care about scoring points against defense. And when I talk about scoring defense, maybe that's just me from the old school. I don't know. But I would think of, scoring against,
Right.
am I giving up 14 points a game, whatever.
You want the points against.
Yeah, and I want the overall defense. And I'm not getting that at all from NFL.com. So I'm going to call you out on that. Fox, on the other hand, has everything way legit. Can you, before we get into the Jacksonville a little bit more, can you name me the top 5 defenses, Dave, in your mind? Let's see how many you can get right.
Oh, boy. All right, top 5 defenses. Believe it or not.
This is overall.
Overall.
Points against, yardage, everything.
I know they're not a good team, but I do feel like the Denver Broncos.
They're number 5.
They have a top 5 defense.
That's a great call right there.
As I'm going down the list here to help, jog my mind early on the Sunday morning. I'm
live from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Live from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Yeah, who else is up doing this live, talking about gambling and other lines, Dave?
We're doing it for y'all.
Show me the other show.
I'm going to go ahead and throw the Cowboys in there as well. They're
number 4. You got
number 4.
2 of the 5 so far. That's very
so let's see. As I'm going down, I'm going to take a shot here and say the Philadelphia Eagles are on that
you got
list.
3 of the 5. That's great.
Let's see here. I'm going to also, because I would expect them to be there, the Buffalo Bills.
4 of the 5. They are number 1. The Eagles are number 2. Cowboys 4. Broncos 5. You're not cheating at all. You're just kind of going by your. You're providing the reason why your picks are red hot. David.
I'm looking, right here at the sports book, so no advantage.
Right. Give me the 5th one, and I'll be very.
The 5th one. Let's see here. Gonna go what I feel like, and I'm gonna go ahead and say the New York Giants. Maybe, Steve.
They're number 10. It is the Rams, actually.
The Rams. Wow. Okay.
They were the shocking team to me that I saw. That gives me faith in what because I've been a Rams kind of like hater.
Right.
I feel like I'm a Rams hater forever, to be honest. And I don't know. I think they did my boy Goff wrong. Not that he's doing anything. Not that they're killing it. I don't think that's Goff's fault. What's happening in Detroit right now?
No.
But just a lack of personnel in general. But the Rams are number 3, and that gives me faith that they can be. Dave Del Grande kind of said it best. You're going to come into the playoffs. You're going to think you had a nice season. We had a great record. We won our division. Oh, we get to host the Super Bowl champion Rams in our first round playoff game.
Right.
That's the reality that's going to kind of set in for maybe someone like, who knows, the Vikings or the Cowboys or whoever down the line, the Giants, even the Eagles. That could even be the Eagles.
Cool, yeah.
And round 1 of their playoff game.
I can see that Vikings matchup
Here's the
too.
Champion. NFC, the Eagles are clearly the best team, but are they a proven commodity? Let me ask you that real quick. We'll jet down this list. We're already getting behind, which is great. Are the Eagles a proven commodity to you?
I think
it's still early.
It's still
in the NFL,
right.
As Dave Del Grande says.
Yeah, I guess I would say so. As much as I hate to say that, being a Skins, Commanders, whatever you call them fan, I think they kind of have to be, Steve. The record is showing it for itself, and they're hopeful there in Philly. We'll see if they can keep it up, but yeah, I think what they're doing right now, you kind of have to just ride them.
Okay. Broncos, Jaguars, elite defense. You called it out. That's where we got your top 4 out of the 5. I'm impressed, Dave. Good job.
Thank you.
Broncos, 5th ranked defense. Jacksonville, their defense. We talked about them some. I said be on the lookout for those guys. They could be better than advertised. The Jags are middle of the pack right now, 14th overall, so they're still doing pretty good. They allow points per game. Let me get that right here real quick. Points a game for Jacksonville. Just want to make sure I'm on the right column and I'll tell you anything fake. But they're allowing 19 points a game. That's not too bad.
No.
by NFL standards, that is an under total. And, there are several teams. Hey, let me ask you this. Do you know the defense that gives up the most points a game?
Detroit Lions?
They are not far off. They're 29th. They gave up 29 points a game, but it will be the Cleveland Browns.
Wow, okay.
They are actually the worst ranked defense overall as we speak.
It's kind of unexpected.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is.
All right, so Denver, good defense. Stinkiness, I don't think either team's on a stinky list. And I would say beware of the Jaguars a little bit. Maybe they can come out of their, they're 500, whatever their form is right now, which is just mediocre, not
Right.
darling.
Right.
Anything that way, Dave, besides your elite Denver defense?
No, I think if I'm going to play this one early in the morning, the money line value is not there for the Broncos for me anyway. It's at plus 105. It is plus money if you wanted to use something like that. If I'm playing anything off of this game, Steve, I think I'm going to get a little frisky and I'm going to go alternate under.
Yeah, under 31.5 is plus 340.
Yeah, so I would leave it right in there. Maybe go up 2 or 3 points because I still think it's got to be over plus 200 value.
Well, yeah, we'll pull all those numbers up when we go through.
Yeah, so
we'll still give this the game by game basis. Elite defense or stinky or beware of coming back out of the doldrums. Bears and Cowboys. Cowboys, good defense.
Yep.
A survivor pick as well. We've got to throw that in there. I wouldn't use Dallas on a survivor. I think the Bears could be a stinky team getting better, to be honest.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Fields look good, and the coach he outcoached Belichick, which is impressive.
Yeah,
for Eberflus,
they're coming off. That's a high quality win for them anyway, because they're, like you said, trying to not be so stinky. So that's a good win for them. They're probably feeling pretty good. They got quite a test though, going down.
Yeah. We'll have to get into that one. Man, I want to get frisky on the Bears later. We'll see. Panthers and Falcons. These no elite defense, no survivor pick. Stinkiness going to be great. Carolina could be in first place today.
Man, I when we come back,
that's insta stink the greatness.
No kidding. When we come back to this one, I've already know how I want to play that, so we'll touch on that when we get there.
Okay. I had to make sure the Bluetooth is on. Okay. Steelers, Eagles. We have elite defense. I always want to put the Steelers on these stinky. Well, I wanted to put the Steelers on the good list, but now they can qualify for the stinky list to be better. I don't know. Do you see that by Pittsburgh at all? Maybe.
Yeah, Mike could start thinking about putting them on the stink. Yeah, there you go. That's appropriate. I believe they're 2-5. So, yeah,
they are definitely. If it's a blowout today, the stink list on the Steelers.
No doubt.
All right, Lions and Dolphins. The Lions, they were everyone's darling. Not so much. They are heading to the list of stink, I think, for sure.
Oh, yeah. If
they lose to Miami at home today, I think that's a guaranteed stink scenario. Survivor pick. Would you use Philly and Survivor? Rewind to that.
Yeah, if you still have them, I think you definitely could. I mean, you're thinking that's going to be a lock anyway. So, yeah, if you have them, I would go ahead with it.
Okay, cool. Cardinals, Vikings. Good defenses, no. Although, let me ask you, where do you think the Vikings defense ranks, Dave? I like this quiz game because you're good at it.
Right. Probably somewhere 12 to 15, maybe the middle of the pack.
They are 6.
6. Wow. Okay,
yeah,
I'm wrong.
Sneaky good. And Dave Del Grande says it. Well, he wasn't. He's not impressed by their defense.
No.
So, yeah, the Vikings decent defense. He likes the Cardinals today too. This is a weird game to me. I mean, I could see the shootout. They had 67 points last year,
Right.
but no survivor.
No.
And Arizona, watch out. They actually, I guess I could put them on the list for, man, if you think this is the game. If Arizona really turns their season around, they win today.
Right.
I mean, this is a big game for them. Patriots and the Jets, survivor, elite defenses. I wanted to put the Pats in an elite defensive category. I can't survivor it. Can you do anything with it?
No, not in that sense. I don't think.
Saints and Raiders, same boat, I would say. Same exact game.
Right.
Titans and Texans, same game. Now Tannehill's out, and Malik Willis will be the quarterback for the Titans today. So the Texans, David, do you know who has a $14.14 3-game parlay on the Seahawks to win their division, the Falcons to win their division, and the Texans to win their division?
I'm thinking I do.
You're talking to him right now. How much do you think that $14.14 parlay pays off? If you took the Texans, Seahawks, and Falcons, with the Falcon and they both win today, clearly in first place.
Right.
Seahawks are in first place. Atlanta's up. They're in first place. What do you think that pays out? The $14.14 ticket.
Oh, somewhere around $8,000.
Higher.
Wow. 14.
Higher.
22.
Higher.
32.
Not even close. Higher.
Get out of here. We're gonna go 66.
Higher.
Wow. 100.
Higher.
2.
Higher.
3.
Higher.
Get out of here. 6.
No, I'm sorry. I was getting too excited. $170,000.
Wow.
So if you took the the Texans, Seahawks, and Falcons preseason all to win their division on the NFL's bizarre world might happen. Let me do this.
Yeah.
Then that ticket is paying plus money to cash out as we speak. Go Texans today. I'll say that. Giants, Seahawks, no eliteness. The Giants have proven themselves from stink to good already.
Think so.
The Giants defense, where do you think they rank, Dave?
Giants defense, 11.
10. Right on the money. So, receivers out too. Lockett and Metcalf out for the season.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, good opportunity for the Giants. Man, they're +3. That looks juicy with those receivers out, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Yes, it does. Just because of those receivers being out.
Survivor. Here's a team I think can rise from the stink and be on the lookout for. Heineke Nation, Nephew Dave.
Yep.
Washington Commanders are 3-point dogs at the Colts. I'm going to be very tempted to lay multiple scores with the Commanders on the road at a big alt line price today. I would say beware of the Commanders coming from stink to greatness and what is already a tough division.
Right.
That's your team. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I think it's definitely a game they can win. And it would be a big win. I know that's probably not any kind of big news, but it gets them back to 500. And then you can maybe, if they can win another one or 3 or 4, then you could maybe start thinking about wild card. And I don't see any reason that they can't. There's just too much talent on the offensive side of the ball. I know the defense isn't good. There's a couple guys playing well for the defense. Defensive line is supposed to be stout, and they're getting there. They're getting home sometimes, so that's probably the best part of the defense. And if they're gonna try and make a run at the wild card, then they're gonna have to start there. I think pressure the quarterback. Don't rely on the secondary, because we know It's no big secret that that's the weak point. So they're going to have to scheme up on defense. I think that's going to be very important. Also, I think you do like the Colts did. They're sitting Matt Ryan. I know Carson Wentz is injured, but if Heineke can roll off a couple wins, get the team back on track, maybe. I know he's not the best. He doesn't have the best arm strength, but he brings it every day. His teammates love him. He brings that energy. He wants to win, and the offense is seemed a little bit rejuvenated. And if that offense can catch, they can put some points on the board. That's for sure. So we'll see what they do. It starts today. Would be a really nice win in Indy. Get feeling pretty good about ourselves. So we'll see what happens. But it starts today with a win that they need in Indy.
Okay. All right. So beware. I think the Commanders can come back off the world of stink and make an impact here coming into the second half of the season. Let's see. It's 49ers. Their defense has been a little underwhelming as of late. At the Rams, your top five. Only wrong guess there, Dave.
Yep.
49ers and the Rams. I guess you can't really completely chalk it up. There's a lot of injuries for the 49ers too, as well. No survivor pick for me. Both. If there's a beware stink team, if you can put the Super Bowl champs in that category.
Yeah. I think we were
maybe
thinking
it's the
about
Rams
it
a little bit. I'm a Rams hater. I'm not going to count them out yet.
Right.
I won't be surprised to even see them go on the run, to be honest. But that is the only other rare occurrence as well, where we talk about a favorite on the road,
right,
with a team with a better record. But it's weird. There is that one game the Rams have not played. So in theory, if they won that would not be the case. So that's going to be that stat for my career long is going to have to come with a little footnote, I guess, on that one. But technically, the 49ers do have the worst record, and they are the favorite. So that's actions in words right there. Buffalo survivor, would you use them against Green Bay?
I think you could, certainly. Absolutely.
And we know they're an elite defense. Packers defense has been playing pretty good. Do you know where their defense ranks, Dave? Let me ask you that.
I would say probably around middle of the pack, 13 to 16.
They're 15. You're good at this game. They are 15. It's very nice, David.
Thank you.
There's no cheating going on here either, people. So, good defenses.
Well, they have a good defense, the Packers do, but they just can't score any points. Rodgers has nobody to throw to. Their biggest weapon is Aaron Jones, and if you can bottle him up, make a scheme, they're going to want to give him the ball, then you pretty much take the offense out of that game. So that's possibly a Bills blowout.
We're going to get into that more. I need to know more about that later. All right, Cincinnati and Cleveland. Cincinnati defense, where do you think they rank?
Cincinnati defense, probably around 20.
Let's see. We have the Bengals defense. I think they're a little better than that, actually. Much better. They're 9th.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's your worst guess of the
day. Yep.
What do you think the Browns defense is?
Browns are last.
They're last. Yes, we went over that. So the Browns not having a very good year defensively at all. All right, we're going to be coming up on the break here very shortly. Me and Nephew Dave are going to step on out of the studio. You're going to enjoy the docile tones of the Pie Tasters. We're going to hope to have them in studio. They're coming down here for Skanksgiving here in November. I'll get that date pulled up here at the break. I'll have some more info on that. But you need to get some Pie Tasters music in your life because they are awesome. And hopefully our picks are awesome. We're going to do the full deep dive into everything when we get back.
Answers to the name of Maggie May. When we see us another way. We need another way to take away our troubles here. Bring us another She's the one we're thinking of. That's the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another way. We need another way to take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another way. We need another way to take away our troubles here. Bring us another She's the one we're thinking of. That's the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another way. We need another way to take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another way. We need another way to take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another way. We need another way to take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another way. We need another way to take away our troubles here.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better. Never took a chance on fate. And mortal comes to those who wait. And if there is a lady love, I'll never get her. You never get a chance for life unless you wait, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better. You said it wasn't wasted time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to know why you are. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. You might have her now. I got something better. You might have her now. I got something better. You might have her now. I got something
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Let me tell you what it is you mean to me. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you what it is you mean to me. Let me tell you lie. Each day when I away, I thank the lucky star.
Dave, somehow, some way, I have it so. Well, when I'm leaning away from the mic anyway. I'm looking at the video graphics on here. But it looks like I got the mask talking on the microphone.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's just me hungover on a. I don't even know if hungover is the right word, David.
You got some spooky stuff going
There's
on.
still maybe some after effects lingering from the night before Halloween. Did I mention what a great holiday it was earlier?
I believe you did.
It ain't about handing out candy to the kids, people. No one really cares about that at the end of the day. It's nice and it's fun for the kids, but it's more about the outfits. You know, David, I'll say this. So, from I would say about the year 2009, the bathing suits on Chicks Beach where we live. We have a great beach.
Indeed.
When we walk out here at the summertime, you know, you go out, get your tan, get your drink on, float around in your inner tube. But there is so much scenery to look at.
No
And the
doubt.
bathing suits since 2009, every year, somehow get smaller
Get
and
smaller and smaller.
and smaller and smaller. Halloween is the same exact thing.
Indeed. No.
So lots
doubt.
of fun there. All right. So this is our deep dive into the NFL slate, the complete wagering menu. We're going to look at all the lines. We're going to look at fantasy angles. We're going to look at everything at the NFL has to do. I think do I hear the Ant-Man coming in?
Could it be?
I thought I heard a door. We're looking for the Ant-Man. He
MIA
is
once again.
Well, he's MIA for a reason. He was out with me last night on Halloween. So he's MIA for a reason because the boys go a little hard in the paint, David.
Understood.
Right, so the Ant-Man, if he's sick last week, which he was actually, when I had to see his Monday diagnosis. He was still in bad shape Monday. But if he's sick this week, it's not because he was sick last week. He's sick because he was out with Unky Steve is the issue there.
Tearing it down.
All right, so this is the round robin. We are on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. We are looking to, I have this up here, Dave, somewhere. I'm playing with my graphics. Sorry.
Right.
We have the full NFL breakdown. Oh, this is the one I'm looking for. The NFL Week 8 full breakdown. But I was looking to put on the screen, which I just have, investing the minimum for the maximum reward.
That's
I think that's the official stance. Profit's a tough term to use when you're losing.
Right.
and not overall. You know what? I'm quite surprised. At my main sports book, I'm not saying I'm surprised. I wouldn't be doing this show otherwise. But I am a profit for someone who's been doing this for 2 years online. I'm well into the profit.
Right. That's good.
So we are looking to invest the minimum, which is what we've always done to get here, to make the maximum reward. And that's what we do here on the round robin. Me, Nephew Dave, Dave Del Grande, and the Ant-Man whenever he comes out of his Halloween slumber. And that might be Thanksgiving, to be honest. So happy Halloween out there, everyone. We are live. This is 8:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are your early morning look, and this is your full breakdown of all the games coming up. And we have one at 9:30, a couple soccer matches too, but we don't care about that today. But the Broncos are at the Jaguars. The Jags are -2.5. The over-under is 40.5. This game is in London. It's 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. David,
Right.
I will definitely start with you. What do you like in this game overall?
So I'm going to go ahead and open it up. I'm just kind of, scanning over it right now. And I don't think that I really like too much in this. I believe earlier, not long ago, we talked about maybe playing a alt under. I still think that that's the play. If I'm going to play this game, I'm a little undecided. Got a little bit of time to think about it. The game just really does not excite me that much. There are some good value picks, so I'm going to look at what I'm thinking right now, see where it is. I know we talked about it, Steve, a little bit. And I would probably go under 34.5. So under 35 is what I'm thinking here. It's at plus 192, not quite into the plus 2 range. Sitting right out, just outside of that. But I think that's where I would play it. The only reason that I feel confident in that is because of the Broncos' defense. We've seen that Jacksonville can score, but some weeks they come out and they don't look very sharp. Broncos, they can't really get anything going on offense, so that's what leads me to this pick. I'll go ahead and put it in just because I like the 192. Don't know that it'll stay in, though, Steve. Still a little undecided.
Okay. I'm ratting on NFL.com. We're going to go ahead and we'll go ahead and use their inactive list, David.
All right.
Looking for inactives for today's games. Looking for key players and active. I think the Ant-Man's going to join us in a minute. He's rallying. He just sent me a message saying, "Oh shit, hold on, I'm on it."
There are
inactives today. Brett Rippon, the quarterback last week, is actually inactive. That's interesting.
Oh wow.
Von Miller, he's inactive. Sorry to cut you off, Dave.
No, you're fine.
Go ahead from there. No one else really notable from my Curtis Samuel. Well, he's on the Redskins inactive, so wrong game there. All right, go ahead, David. What did you have?
No, I was just gonna say there are a couple injuries for each team. Some of these names are a little bit bigger than others. None too concerning.
Multiple
to me,
syllable names. Not our specialty this early in the morning.
So
Not mine, anyway. I'll say.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see about that game. That could be an absolute snoozer. Put you right back to bed for the one.
Yeah, I think everyone's falling asleep listening to us talking about this game, to be honest. I don't think anyone's watched the tune in. Okay, so the picks here are this. You take the 2 field goal kickers to go over their kicking props. So over 6.5 points for the Broncos kicker, over 6.5 points for the Jaguars kicker. And I'm going to go alternate under as well, Dave. 31.5 at plus 340 odds. And when we have alternate unders, there's no reason to take multiple touchdown scores because that's completely
you don't want that.
Putting yourself in a foxhole for sure. Not a foxhole. You're outside the foxhole, getting shot at, basically, is what's happening at that point. So the Denver Broncos and the Jaguars, Jags 1.5, 40.5. I'm good with that game. If you're good, I'm good.
I'm good.
Look at the kicker over props. And the next game on the list for the full deep dive. How do you like that deep dive, Dave? We dove straight into 3 foot of water.
No kidding.
Talking about
cannonballed right into it, hit the bottom.
Denver and Jacksonville. All right, Chicago and Dallas. This is a intriguing game to me, actually. The Cowboys are very good at home.
Right.
9.5 and 42.5 is the over under. And let me go ahead and get to this. And David, we have graphics today.
Woo.
So let me pull this up here. If everyone can be patient. Because as much show prep as we put in this week, we did not put everything loaded completely up on the board. Hold on 1 second here. Uploading. So Cowboys and the Bears. Cowboys are minus 9.5, over under 42.5. This is a 1 o'clock Eastern Standard. There we go. Graphics, Eastern Standard Time game. The Bears are 11th on defense. The Cowboys are 4th. They have both combined 5-9 to the under this season. The Cowboys are 6-0 in their last 6 home games. 12-3 is a favorite. Did you know Mike McCarthy is 18-6 in regular season games coaching for the Cowboys? The Bears are 1st overall in rushing offense. And the last Halloween matchup, the Bears won 23-19 on October the 31st, 1971. Dave, what's your angle to start with on this Cowboys-Bears game?
I'm looking around, Steve, and I think, I don't know, it is intriguing. We'll see what the Bears do. The spread for me is at a straight 10. So you would have to move that, you would think, considerably to get any kind of value out of that. I think if I'm going to go this game, I'm going to look to touchdown scores and probably give, let's see, the 2+ sorry, I'm loading this up here.
Load away, David, because that's all I do in life here. It's try to load away, and then half the time, the shit don't work. How about that?
Let's see here. How about, I don't know, a CeeDee Lamb for 2 of them today, maybe?
You do like that, huh?
I could see it. Like I said, I think they might cover the spread, but I don't know how comfortable I am moving that up.
Okay, so CeeDee Lamb for 2 touchdowns. If we're looking at that number, I see plus 550. I kind of like that, actually.
Yep, and I have 650.
I want to be an advocate for the Bears just because of what they did on Monday night against my beloved Pats, who actually just may suck, maybe the actual real answer to that question. And maybe the Bears just look good because of the suckiness of the Pats. But Eberflus, I thought, had a good game plan. I thought they ran hard. They kind of looked like the Eagles in a way.
Right.
In the way that they ran out of offense. Or the Ravens. Kind of just that quarterback. I don't know if the single wing's the right word or not. Whatever. Run, option, pass, run the ball around the end. Designed runs too, as well. So the guy doesn't have to think about doing it. Just Justin Fields outrunning maybe a lack of speed at the Patriots linebacking core at the end of the day to get to the second and even third level at times. I mean, the guy made all kinds of conversions. So I want to be an advocate for the Bears today at the Cowboys. And the Bears defense is decent. Can the Bears win this game or win in overtime? I mean, it's the Cowboys. So they can be a complete meltdown at any time. I feel like we're waiting for it, but we just said it too. McCarthy's 18-6.
Right.
I guess the spread is the coach. I mean, what does that say? But the Bears, if you think that they can win by 6 points, are paying 6-1 odds. I think I may take a shot because of the NFL Bizarro world scenario.
Have to keep that in mind.
I've been doing it anyway with crappy teams. Maybe I switch up my crappy team. And I'm probably going to end up taking a shot with the Bears. And I won't be surprised 1 second if the Cowboys blow the doors off.
Steve, now I think I may have found another angle with this. Let's see what you think here. Dak Prescott for 250 plus passing yards. Justin Fields 50 plus rushing yards. It's a weekly special.
Ooh. What's the payout on that?
Plus 350.
Plus 350 for Fields, over 50 passing yards. Dak
50 rush yards.
Yeah, rush yards, and Dak for plus 250 pass yards.
Yep.
I think Dak gets 250 pass yards all day.
Right.
I like your CD Lamb kind of angle as well on that. Just to compound that, man. Could this be an over? I mean, it's 42.5.
Right. Yeah, I think it could. I think it's possible.
So an alternate total, because you're convincing me right now in this conversation, and that's why we do this show, is that, and I'm convincing myself, is that the Cowboys can score, and I think the Bears can actually score today.
Gotcha.
So if we're going to think that way, then why not look at the alternate total points? And I think just to get the 54 points is plus 350, and to get the 56 points is plus 460. Man, this could be a 31-27 game.
Interesting.
If that's the game that gets to 58 points, and that's plus 560. If the trends of the NFL stick, this is the kind of game you would think would go under. But by performance standards alone by the Bears as of late, and Dak with something to prove, and what you said about Lamb, I could see this being an over game. That might. I think I like that play better than trying to take the Bears to win.
There you go.
Okay, so we learned something here. I'm on board with that. Anything else randomly that sticks out point spread wise? Alternate total is going to pay big. I'm going to have to throw that in there, I think, and take a chance. Let's look at real quick before we move on. We'll look at sorry, somehow it clicked me back to the Bronco game. I'm like, get me away. Dak Prescott alternate passing yards. Does not now have that up. Over 250 is plus 138. I can see that all day.
Right.
Can I get an alternate rushing on Fields?
I ended up taking that weekly special.
Let's see here. Okay, yeah, that's a nice payout. Let's see. Justin Fields total rushing yards over under 46.5. Man, they're expecting a lot for him. And no alternate number at least offered on the site that I'm looking at here. Right. I think that's the end, man.
All right.
All right, let's stand by. Hold on, people. Important business. This is Deep End Broadcasting. Steven speaking.
Ant-Man.
Oh, all right, cool. Well, that one on there, but you can repeat. We can repeat all this in a second. I'm gonna, but we are live on the air. Let me put you on hold. I'll plug you right in, Mr. Anthony.
All right, we got him.
Fun. I'm on over. I think I'm still losing.
There he is.
Here.
And from parts unknown, the Ant-Man. What's up, Anthony? Good morning. How are you?
Sounds like I just watched the Flintstones with that sound bit.
Did you have a fun Halloween Eve out around the town last night? Let me ask you that first.
I don't know. You're the one that dragged me around the entire shore drive. So you tell me.
Do you I can't tell you. How about that? I don't know. Last I remembered in our promo picture for today is with our good friends Bobby and Shannon. But when I put up the promo pic for today's show, I'm like, oh, look at this picture. I don't remember this, but now I do, kind of.
Now, oh my God, we did run into Bobby and Shannon. That's awesome.
Anthony, welcome aboard. We're talking about the Bears-Cowboys game. Do you have any kind of fantasy angle on this at all before we move on?
I just loaded my laptop. All I know is I just put.
Do you like CD Lamb to score today? How about that? Because we just talked about that.
They are at home, so why not?
Good point. Do you think the Bears score their points? I somehow think this is a sneaky over game. What do you think about that?
Look what the Bears did against New England last week. They scored 33 in Gillette.
They have the top-ranked rushing offense. Did you know that, Anthony?
I didn't know. There's a lot of things I don't know right now.
Do you know how we got home? That would be the good question.
Yeah, via vehicle.
All right, yes. Yeah, a sober paid-for vehicle as well. We will mention that. We did not drive. That was not us.
Hey, real quick, Nephew Dave, good morning. By the way, me and Steve, we're alive.
I can tell.
Okay, we're going to move down the list. Anthony, David, we have the battle for first place in the NFC South. Did you know that if the Carolina Panthers today win, they are the first place team in the NFC South? Anthony, I'm going to start with you. You've been a PJ Walker fan from the get-go. They have our man Chuba Hubbard in there as well. This is a marquee matchup in the Southeastern. You thought SEC football on a Saturday afternoon was a big deal. We are talking Carolina Panthers and Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons are 4-point favorites. The over-under is 41.5. Anthony, your first impressions about the potential first place, or either one, whoever wins is the first place outright. Falcons and Panthers, your take on this fantastic Southeastern United States football game.
Maybe you're a little bit still loopy from yesterday because he kept bringing up Chuba Hubbard. He's not playing today.
Oh, is he out? Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
no Hubbard.
he's out. So if any of you folks,
so who the hell's their running back then? Do I need to go find this guy in fantasy, I guess?
That's not my job. I'm telling you right now, there's this guy. His name's Deontay Foreman. He was the backup to the Titans last year, and now he's got the full workload. So if any of you folks, and I know I'm screwed today in fantasy because the guy I'm playing today, you know, when you have Christian McCaffrey, you want to hold at least either Chuba Hubbard or, you know, Deontay Foreman. This guy held Christian McCaffrey and both of these guys. Then McCaffrey got traded. Now he has both of these. So now I'm going against McCaffrey's backup and McCaffrey. So I know I'm double screwed today. But Deontay Foreman is the main back today. And there's another back. His name is Raheem Blackshear. I don't know who that is, but guess what? He's the backup. So, you know what? And the guy I'm playing, he's one of my good buddies. I told him, I said, pick him up too.
Blackshear, Nephew Dave, Anthony, when I asked Nephew Dave earlier to name me the top 5 NFL defenses, he nailed 4 out of 5. And he's been right on target with everything else. David.
Sir.
Tell me everything you know about Blackshear, the running back for the Panthers today.
You want to know everything that I know?
Yes.
Here it is. Nothing.
I was gonna say, you're about to fall over.
Absolutely nothing.
Because if you were about to give me a spiel about this Blackshear guy, I'd fall over. And that wasn't because I'm hungover.
Absolutely nothing.
Did you know that both of these teams played last Halloween, and Carolina won 19-13? Does that give you any kind of insight into today's game?
That
No.
makes me not want to watch the game.
This is the battle of the NFC South. This has to be this has to be the marquee game on the TV at 1:00. Does it not?
Oh man, that's.
Have you ever heard of a team? Carolina is 4-17 against the spread in their last 21 games. They are going for first place today.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
They're clearly tanking, but they're doing a horrible job at it.
There's a severe case of that too. If you're an NBA watcher, there's a severe case of tanking that's not tanking going on. So beware of that word always. Yeah, if you hate on a team, maybe just bet on them at this point. Let's look at the line real quick. I don't know what kind of angle I would take for this. Do you have any kind of fantasy angle at all, Anthony, overall?
All I know is that with Walker, look, I know a lot of folks have been sitting DJ Moore. I know a lot of you guys drafted him in the 3rd round, 4th round, and he did good last week against Tampa, which no one ever expected. Ride him. He had a connection. Do it.
DJ Moore, if we look at him for anytime touchdown score today, which you might have to throw it, plus 200, 2-1. So he's going to pay off pretty nicely if you put him into any touchdown score or parlay. In fact, if you get 2 touchdowns by DJ Moore, I think you're going to get a really nice payout. Well, 14-1, I can't say it's the greatest in the world. I would be more suitable to take DJ Moore at plus 200 for anytime touchdown. That sounds like a decent angle to me. I can't find any kind of alternate line. I want to move this one way or another for over, for an under, for a point spread. Dave, do you have any kind of take on this?
Yeah, I actually did. I moved the line for the Falcons. I took it up to 9.5, plus 169. I think they win this game by 10. I know they're not great, but Carolina is terrible. And I just think that Atlanta can get their points today.
Atlanta, you know what? Maybe you're talking me into something new here, David. Maybe I'm starting to. This is dangerous when I start tagging along with you because you know what that means. But Atlanta, if you want them to win, minus 13.5 is plus 265. Oh man, can they win by 3 touchdowns today? Anthony, can the Falcons blow out Carolina?
This is the absolute battle of the Sphinx, and I love it. I'm probably not going to put any money on this thing. I'm scared right now. What was that? I gotta get used to this damn soundboard. game's gonna be a battle of the stinks. He's looked so in Carolina. That sounds like you.
That's what this is. That's what this game is.
Oh my God! See oh my God! Why did I wake up today? I could have just been peace and quiet at my couch.
All right. Well, you get a break anyway, Anthony. You can sleep for 5 minutes.
No.
We have a commercial break. We're gonna hit the deep dive. I think I like that angle with the DJ Moore touchdown at plus 200.
No, you guys go take a test. I'm going to go look up a few things.
Anthony, we'll get you on the other side of the break. We have more games to break down, alt lines, spreads, fantasy, everything. Coming right up on the Round Robin.
Every time I hear a favorite song, now you're gone. There's just emptiness. I only reminisce the happiness is true. We used to dance to the music, make romance to the music. Now it's a song. It's a song.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Tired of your swimming pool's diatomaceous earth pool filter? The constant cleaning, green pool, cloudy water? I thought this was supposed to be clean. Trust your swimming pool's water quality with a custom sand filter install. A clean, easy solution for your swimming pool operations. Contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Girl, take it easy.
Good morning, wherever you are in the universe. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. This is the Round Robin. I'm Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave is alongside. We still have the Ant-Man on the line, I believe. And we are doing your full game-by-game breakdown, week by week, looking for, game by game, looking for the best plays we possibly can for today's action. And gentlemen, we have another good game coming right up. We are going to Pittsburgh and Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field. It is a 1 o'clock kickoff. The Eagles are number 2 in defense overall. The Steelers, who are supposed to have a great defense, are 22nd. The over is 7-1 in the Eagles' last. I do like this trend for today, to be honest. The over is 7-1 in the Eagles' last 7 home games. The Steelers are 2-5 to the under, or 5-2 to the under is what it should say. And the Eagles have been a machine, pure and simple. Anthony, you're still with us? Anthony, you still with us? Nephew Dave?
Sir.
Go ahead and give me your breakdown while I get Anthony back on the line here.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. He's back on the line.
No, I'm here. I just had you guys muted.
We were lost without you, young Anthony. That's all I can say.
I wasn't lost. I just muted you guys.
You were lost. We couldn't find you.
Yeah, we were lost without you.
I'm sorry. I was lost.
Okay. You are a Pennsylvania boy. This is the Battle of Pennsylvania that rarely happens every 4 years. Kenny Pickett, 2 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in his play. Anthony, what is going to happen in your mind in Philadelphia today?
Look, the Eagles haven't lost. The Steelers are. Look, the Steelers. They're a rebuilding team. They benched Trubisky, thank God. You got Pickett, who looked just like Trubisky, but obviously there's a reason why we drafted him in the first round. They have to let him ride it out. He has a big connection with Pickens. He has Deontay Johnson. I know Claypool's on the trade block, but he's got to let the kid play. You got to let the kid play, and you got to see what you have in him.
I couldn't agree more, Anthony.
Yeah. That's a great philosophy.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of like the over today.
Right.
Y'all can say it as you want here, but an over alternative points maybe. Can you guys see that today? Now, Pickett can rise up.
Well, I'm going to give you an interesting stat. Hold on. What is with the birds outside of my window?
You know what? It's funny too because I'm like, what kind of weird sound effect am I making on here that I don't know?
No, this is the part.
On a soundboard. I'm like, what?
Your soundboard, Steve. These birds are crazy.
Yeah. I can hear it. It's complete, and I hear it through my headphones too, which is even crazier. So I can just imagine how loud it is out there.
They probably know we're talking about the Eagles.
Oh,
yeah.
Here's an interesting stat for this game. So the Eagles have scored 112 points in just the second quarter of games this year, which is 6 games. The Steelers have scored 107 points all season in 7 games.
The Eagles are minus 225 to win the second quarter. The second quarter spread is Philly minus 3.5, minus 104. I think that's what.
I have never seen more of a favorite in my life, and guess what? I can't wait to bet on Pittsburgh for this.
Oh, okay. That's what we like to hear. So the Steelers, Anthony, all year long, we've been saying it on the program. If you've been watching or listening, I'm anti-Steeler to the blood, and I've been the most pro-Steeler guy I can think of, and they've done nothing but let me down. I don't even want to jump off that bandwagon. I want to stay on it today against the Eagles. Man, can the Steelers beat the Eagles outright? Is that even a possibility? 4-1 odds says that the Steelers can win that game outright today.
It's always a possibility. But remember, it's not like this is a big rivalry. Like, even when Philly was in the Super Bowl a few years ago, guess who was Philly's number one fan? Pittsburgh. We didn't care. We don't hate Philly. This isn't hockey. This isn't the Penguins against the Flyers. Yes, they hate each other. But guess what? As far as Steelers and Eagles, we don't hate you. We do not hate you one bit. A little bit, but not as much as you think. Yes, we hate the Ravens, we hate the Browns, we hate the Bengals, blah, blah, blah. But, of course, screw Tom Brady. But we don't really like oh, God. You and that soundboard. We really don't hate the Eagles.
So I would be more prone to do this if I look at the Steelers alt line. They're minus 4.5 at 6-1 odds, at minus 5.5. So if they win in overtime, is kind of where my train of thinking is. When I move an underdog to win against a favorite, I'm always looking at minus 5.5. If they get the walk-off touchdown in overtime, that's kind of my reasoning. Either that or minus 2.5. So at minus 5.5, they're plus 630. At minus 2.5, they're plus 450. I think I would just want to take them outright at plus 400 and not worry about any points if I'm going to take any kind of risk on the Steelers in that way. Dave, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you see in this game? You've been following this division. You've been right on par. Your picks are red hot. What do you see with Philly and Pittsburgh?
So just, the way Philly's playing, I have some friends who are Steelers backers. Of course, always hope for the best for y'all. Being a Washington fan, it's kind of like Ant said. He makes a good point. The Steelers, they don't bother me none, even though they share the city with the Penguins, who, I just by rule I have to hate them. So, but don't hate the Steelers. Like to see them do well. Do I think they win this game? Look, hey, we're in the bizarro NFL right now, getting to the halfway point. So at this point, anything is possible, I feel like. But I don't know. The Eagles, you just kind of have a little bit of a feeling with this team. Are they going to go? Is their one loss going to be to the 2-5 Steelers? My gut is telling me no. Their one loss is going to come somewhere towards the end of the year because they have a pretty cupcake schedule up until at least for the next 4 or 5 games, I believe. They don't have a real test until I believe it's week 12 or 13. I forget exactly who the opponent is. So I don't. If I'm doing anything with a spread, I'm going to move it for the Eagles. But in this game, what I'm going to do myself, and Steve, you're probably not going to like this, and I probably shouldn't even bring it up because it's not super high value. But I'm looking at Jalen Hurts for over 1.5 passing touchdowns. It's at plus 105. I'm going to take that every day. I don't know why that's plus money. The Steelers secondary is their weak point, as is my team. So we're similar in that area. But that's the weakest part of their defense. They're having trouble stopping the pass. I'm thinking here, Steve, over 1.5, it's 105. I'm going to double my money today on that. You could take that by itself and put a lot more on it. I think if you were to put $100 on that, you would come out with, I don't know, 215 or something like that. I know that's not super great return for the gamble, but Jalen Hurts against this secondary, over 1.5, go ahead, take it, double your money, put it in a parlay, take it by itself. I just don't see how that doesn't hit, Steve.
I like that. Anthony, what do you think about that play?
I don't mind it because we all know what Philly is capable of. But you were looking at the schedule. Look, they're playing Pittsburgh at home. Here are the next few matchups. I'm just going to go down the board. Next week, at Houston. Next week, Washington. Then they go to Indy, who's Matt Ryan-less, by the way. We're going to find out if that Texas quarterback's good enough or not. But Green Bay, Tennessee, the Giants, the Bears, at Dallas. Then New Orleans, and then the Giants again. Their schedule is very favorable.
They might not lose.
They may not lose, which is why I'm concerned that this might be that one let-up game.
Yeah, the snake pit game. Because everyone's got to lose at some point. At least it seems that way.
This is the Patriots from 2007. They've been vulnerable a lot.
In second halves, they've shut down. Where the Eagles, I think their most complete game was against the Cowboys in that night game. I had the Cowboys in that probably because the backup lost, I would say. Otherwise, I think if they had Dak, that could be a different outcome. And that was still the best Eagles game. They just haven't put it. There's been, they went up against Washington 24-0 at halftime, and they sat on that lead. They just didn't score in the second half, and they've done that a few times now. I don't think you can sit back on the Steelers today. I'm going to tell you guys right now.
No, I probably wouldn't, Steve. You make a very good point there. I wouldn't sit back on them.
I'm going to take this bet, and I'm going to maybe put $100 on this, David. I'm going to take your Jalen Hurts. Maybe I'll do this. This is going to be my insurance, is the Jalen Hurts over 1.5 touchdowns. But I'm going to at least put $50 on my boy.
I'm thinking about it as well.
You know who he is? To score 2 touchdowns. My man, George Pickens, at 41 to 1 odds, plus 4,100. George Pickens gets 2 touchdowns today. I'm going to say you can take that to the bank.
I like that.
What's your opinions on that, Anthony?
Look what he did against Miami in that Sunday night game. He had 6 targets. He had 61 yards, 6 catches, and he scored. Why not?
Man, and if you want to loop him with an anytime touchdown, we'll get to that game later. But someone like Robbie Moore, that Dave Del Grande likes, someone like, I don't know, have we talked about touchdown scores? Yeah, I'm trying to go back through the list of anyone. We like the kickers in the Denver. How about this? George Pickens parlayed to the 2 kickers over points in the Jaguars-Broncos game. Man, you can make a big penny off of that. Right now, if you were to do that, talk about obscure parlays of the universe. The 2 kickers in the Jacksonville and Denver game with George Pickens to get 2 touchdowns. Well, people, how about that? This parlay pays a total of, hold on one second. This parlay pays a total of $1,700 for that $10. So if you like Pickens for 2 touchdowns, maybe hook him with the 2 kickers in the crappy game that we have coming up.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you know what, Anthony? Give me. I told you this for show prep purposes. I need to rewind for a second. Give me your Russell Wilson take right now with the Broncos.
Let's ride. Let's ride. Let's ride. Let's ride. Let's do high kicks on the airplane for 4 hours on our flight to London. Let's ride. Let's piss off everyone else on our team. Let's ride. That's exactly how they do it. But they can't do anything about it because Russell Wilson's a paid man.
Dude, yeah, man, they are stuck in that contract. Isn't that crazy? That is insane. And man, the new owners too, they just don't look happy. They flashed the new owners last week, and the one guy was like on his phone, like violently punching in the numbers on the screen, just out of disgust of what he was watching on the football field. It's kind of funny to watch it in that aspect.
The fact that their top tight end Alberto is benched, and now that they have to rely on Greg Dooch or Dulich or whatever his name is. What is this game? I can't. And the worst part is I'm a Jerry Jeudy owner, and oh my God, I have to watch it. I'm a Jerry Jeudy owner. I'm a Christian Kirk owner for Jacksonville. By the way, as far as this game's concerned, very interesting. I'm highly intrigued to see what Travis Etienne can do now that James Robinson's been dealt to the Jets.
That's yeah, Etienne, man, I didn't even look at that for a fantasy angle. I mean, could you see that? We've been trying to find any kind of angle on this, and the best we've come up is the kickers. I mean, is this a game where Etienne can actually go off?
It's his backfield now. I mean, I've been talking about him all year.
Can Etienne get 2 touchdowns?
Player. He is the most electric player I've ever seen in a long time. Can they utilize him? That is the biggest question.
So if we have, how about this? If we have George Pickens parlayed to Travis Etienne for 2 touchdowns, $10 pays $3,350.
Pickens and Etienne. That's insane.
Yeah, right. I think I'm going to have to throw 10 on that just for spite, right? I think that defies the laws of physics alone. $10, Etienne 2 touchdowns, Pickens 2 touchdowns. I like Anthony. I like. All right, let's move on. The next game on the board, as I get the graphics already loaded up here, we have the Miami Dolphins at the Detroit Lions. This is at Ford Field. Isn't it funny that Ford Field is one of the older names of the NFL stadiums at this point? That's kind of crazy. There's so many stadiums when I put these on, these graphics, I'm like, I had no idea it was called that. Ford Field, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The defenses are not impressive. The Lions are 30th. The Dolphins are 23rd. The Lions are 7th overall in offensive rushing, but they are on a 1-5 against the spread run as well. But the Dolphins are 3rd overall in passing offense. And the Lions are 6-1 in their last 7 games against the spread. Dolphins 0-4 in their last 4 games against the spread overall. This is a weird game. It's AFC versus NFC. Just an obscure matchup. This is only their 13th meeting all time. The Dolphins right now are -4. Lions 51.5. Nephew Dave, I will start with you. We will attempt to feed off of this. I have no idea what to make out of this game.
Me either. I'm looking at it right now. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. If I'm doing anything here, and see if y'all agree with me, I'm gonna do something. I think you have to do something with the Dolphins, just with that passing attack. The Detroit Lions are on the trend, I believe, with the Steelers and my Redskins, Commanders, whatever you call them. It's just their secondary in Detroit is awful. They just give up so many points, and I just don't see that being corrected against the number 3 passing attack. So I'm thinking if we're going to do anything, we're going to look at some touchdown scores, or we're going to move this for the Dolphins real quick. Let me find a good angle here. Could the Dolphins win this game by 10 points or more, do you think, Steve or Ant? Give me something
Anthony, I'll defer to you on that because I can see anything happening in this game, to be honest.
I could see the Dolphins kicking a living shit out of them. I can also see the Lions winning. I mean, you just gotta pick one. It's either the Dolphins just blow them out because you got a healthy Tyreek, healthy Jalen Waddle. Raheem Mostert has not gotten hurt yet.
Right.
I mean,
So the fact the Dolphins are, I've looked at their scores lately. I'm like, man, they're not killing anyone, but they were 3rd overall in the passing offense, 281.6 yards a game. I mean, that is moving the ball through the air, regardless of who's playing quarterback.
Right. So how about the Dolphins at 12.5 for plus 253? I mean, can they beat the Lions by 2 touchdowns? Really? Come on. I mean, the Lions' defense is terrible. Their record isn't good. They had a decent start. We thought they may do something. Now they're not doing anything. Is it really too much to ask the Dolphins to go out and win by 13 or more?
you also got to remember that last week was Tua's first game back, and you knew that they weren't going to rush him back too hard.
Right.
And they still ended up beating Pittsburgh Sunday night.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and now they're in the dome. No weather. I mean, this could be the game where Tua just says, "Screw everyone, game on, Tyreek Hill, let's go."
Okay, yeah, all right. So we're going to look at that actually here in a second. But you're going to have to bear with me as I try to show prep our next game on the board, which is. But the next one's going to be fun. We're going to have some fantasy implications galore. I think you'll agree on that. So let's look at Tua's props real quick.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good way to go about it.
Yeah, because I'm fascinated by this, actually. So, with the Tua passing props, can he have 300 yards passing today? Yeah, from what our discussion is right now, he definitely can. Tua alternate passing yards is for 300 yards. Tua is plus 154. They're expecting him to move it through the air. You have to get all the way to plus 450 on Tua to get 350 plus yards passing. Man, I would hope that would pay out. How is Joe Burrow plus 880 to get 350 yards passing against the Saints? And Tua's only plus 430 to get 350 yards passing against the Lions.
My goodness.
That's insane.
That is. That's yeah. Right there, perfect.
All right, we had another break. All right, just in time. All right, so Lions, Dolphins, no one knows what to make out of this. Maybe Tua has a good day. Maybe not. Let's take a break, and we're going to get into the rest of the slate when we get back. This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
All of the young ladies, yeah, I thought to myself, my God, what have I done? I've been drinking again and having too much fun. Well, I wrote a very gently in my king size bed when I happened to notice a lovely young lady's head. I thought to myself, my God, what have I done? I've been drinking again and having too much fun. Take it easy. Come back tomorrow. Girl, come back tomorrow. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Tired of your swimming pool's diatomaceous earth pool filter? The constant cleaning, green pool, cloudy water? I thought this was supposed to be clean. Trust your swimming pool's water quality with a custom sand filter install. A clean, easy solution for your swimming pool operations. Contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Oh, she didn't bat an eye as I packed my bags to leave. I thought she would start to cry, sit around my room and weep. But you're the girl, she fooled me this time. She acted like I was the last thing on her mind. I will to start all over again.
All right, guys, we have potential fantasy alternate overs. This might be the most exciting game on the docket. 67 points combined last season by these two teams. Defensively, the Cardinals are 26, but they're starting to hit their stride on offense, maybe a little bit. The Vikings, very underrated, 6th overall defense. The Cardinals 4-9 straight up in their last 13 games, and they have been a lock under team in their last 5 out, 4-1 for the most part. If you can call that a lock, I guess you can't. I guess you need to be 5-0 in your last 5 to be a super lock. But 4-1 is pretty good. And their last Halloween matchup, fellas, was in 1983, where the Cardinals won 41-31. I don't know what that tells you, but I know that what that tells me, fellas. And I am looking at alternate over points galore in this game. I like it. Dave Del Grande does as well. And if we go alternate over in this Vikings Cardinals game, we're looking at a total of, we're going to say they get to 62 points. That's a fair number in my head. Over 60.5 points is plus 340. And man, can Justin Jefferson have the 2-touchdown game that's been eluding us since week 1? He needs to be a repeat offender. 5-1 odds says that he does that today, but maybe 10-1. Thielen looks good as well. Man, all kinds of fantasy implications galore. Robbie Anderson to get 2 touchdowns for the Cardinals is 70-1 odds, plus 7,000 for Robbie Anderson. I am adding that to the pickings. Let me ask you this, guys. What do you think the Robbie Anderson 2 touchdowns, the Travis Etienne 2 touchdowns, and the George Pickens 2 touchdowns, $10 parlay pays?
Somewhere around 20 grand.
Anthony?
Lot.
Higher.
Yeah, a lot.
$238,000.
Man, I'm way off this morning.
And if you put that in a round robin just for $1, a $4 bet in total, you can actually win $27K if that happens for $4. You can do 3 2-game parlays and your payout is $4,000. So maybe chop that into thirds, or you got to do the averages with the numbers. But Robbie Anderson coming over from Carolina, man, 70-1. That's crazy to me. Fantasy implications galore. Anthony, let's start with you. What do you see in this game?
I mean, I'm not. I can't believe it. His odds. I had to look them up myself. Look, Hollywood Brown's out. James Conner's out. Kyler's gonna be running. He's gonna be throwing. Why can't he connect with this new guy from Carolina? Now, look, he only had a few targets last week because, look, remember, they played last Thursday night game. He just got dealt a few weeks or a few days prior to that. So, of course, he has no idea what's going on. Fast forward to now. Now you're playing in Minnesota. It's going to be a fast track. Kirk Cousins is going to be throwing that ball. I can see this. I don't think it's going to happen, but that's why the odds lie where they are.
I'm going to have to actually lock this in right now as we speak. Nephew Dave, your take on this.
So I want Ant, Steve, I want you guys' opinion on this. I have another weekly special for us.
Ooh,
Justin Jefferson, 100+ receiving yards. D. Hopkins, 100+ receiving yards. So each of them for 100+ at plus 500. Could we see that, do you think? I mean, that's pretty good value. I mean, I know it's 100-yard games, but could can this be the shootout that maybe we think it is? And do you think these two guys can hit for plus 500 money?
I look at it like this. You saw what Hopkins looked like Thursday night. He had 103 yards. He kind of looked, like I said, looked like the nuke, the NUK, the nuke of old. And obviously he did not get into the end zone, but he looked like DeAndre Hopkins. Now, as far as Justin Jefferson's concerned, he got 107 yards. Did he get in the end zone like all of us wanted to? No. But for both of them to have 100 yards, I can see it.
And we're not asking them to score either. We just want them to, have. I think they're probably going to have in the neighborhood of maybe 6 to 8 receptions to get that chance. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Ann. I know you're the fantasy guy, and that's why we come to you for that. Would you think that's 6 to 8 receptions to get around that number is fair?
Well, the fact that Justin Jefferson got 107 yards on 6 receptions, and the only negative thing is that Hopkins got 100 yards on 10 receptions, meaning that Kyler's going towards them. And guess what? It's still Justin Jefferson. Cousins is going to him no matter what. Now,
right.
Yes, is Adam Thielen going to get involved? I know Irv Smith. Me listening to some other radio shows, Irv Smith is a big one. I know they're going to incorporate the running game with Dalvin and everything, but at the end of the day, Justin Jefferson is their best player, and guess what? So is Nuke.
So they're going to get their targets. We can almost guarantee that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The more I look at it, I'm gonna think about this a little bit more. Obviously, we have a little time before this game starts, but I kind of like this weekly special at plus 500, so I may consider it. I think
I might do it, and just no 2 touchdowns. But you know what? What I'm thinking is Nuke for 100 and a touchdown, Jefferson for 100 and a touchdown. See, someone look that up. What's that pay?
I like that.
I'm sorry. What was that again? I'm busy putting in 2 touchdown scores. What was that? One more time, Anthony.
What happens if you put in Nuke for 100 yards and a score? Same with Jefferson.
I gotta think that would be pretty nice, and that's not impossible, man. We're not really not asking for much.
That's your angle because on the book. But yeah, that's probably pretty good, right? Right. I'll tell you right now, though, if you do,
you know what? I'll just hold on.
I mean, that would be a good same game angle right there. I actually really kind of like that.
All right. Sorry, boys. I'm getting fascinated over here. 2 touchdowns. Travis Etienne, George Pickens, Robbie Anderson, Ramondre Stevenson, and Justin Jefferson. $1 pays $853,000.
Wow.
For what?
2 touchdowns each by Pickens, Stevenson, Jefferson, Etienne, and someone else I already forgot. Which is the moral of the story on the Sunday is, what did I bet on? Wait again. What did I do? I got in a good habit, though, of not even looking at my phone until the second half. Right. I just put it down and don't mess with it. And I'm like, this may be or may not be good. I don't know. And I don't want to know. I'll just keep guessing. So Vikings, Arizona, fantasy implications galore. I think we all agree there are going to be lots of points. And that's going to be a fun one today. Up there in
Minnesota,
U.S. Bank Stadium. I want to say the Metrodome so bad. I just do. Okay. Any other fantasy insight real quick, Anthony, on this game or injuries that you might be aware of while I go ahead and get this next graphic up here? Give me one more final breakdown of this in your mind.
No major injuries. Like I said, James Conner out. We all know Hollywood Brown's on the IR. I do not see anything on the radar of anyone missing any time. I did look this up. Ugh. Yikes, this does not look good. So if I put a 10-game parlay for Jefferson, Hopkins, for both of them to get 100 yards and a score, 10 only pays you 150. So this is where you throw that one more random player in the mix. And who I'm going to throw in is Irv Smith Jr. Because guess what? Arizona stinks against tight ends. So when I throw $10 to win 150, I throw Irv Smith. Guess what happens? It shifts to $600.
Very nice.
And if you want to throw someone else in, I know last week was National Tight Ends Day. What did the tight ends do? They did nothing. Maybe this is the Zach Ertz game. Oh, God. Maybe this is Zach Ertz game. Maybe it's the Irv Smith game. I don't know. You know what? Hold on. Let's see what happens. What happens if I decide to throw Zach Ertz in this mix? So like I said, $10 pays $647. Let's throw Zach Ertz in just for my own amusement. 10 pays $2,000.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
I like down. I'm down.
I'm gonna probably do it.
I'm
Why
going to take
not?
Robbie Moore. I'm all over that at 70-1. I don't know if I need to make another bet, but him and Jefferson combined for 2 touchdowns each in a high-scoring game. Man, that alone is juiciness. In fact, let me get the payout on that real quick while we're on it.
Where do you think you move the over to in that game?
I'm comfortable with them getting into the 60s, I believe. I think for it to be like a 34-31 game is a fair number to say. I think, I just think high scoring. I just don't see this game being 20-19. But there's always that one factor that's involved whenever you get involved in the Minnesota-Arizona game. Actually, there's a couple factors. There's multiple layers if I really think about it. One, there's Kirk Cousins. 2, there's Kyler Murray. And 3, there's Cliff Kingsbury and what he does to fold his tent. So the 3 of those guys combined can completely lead you into a scenario of, man, this sucks. What the hell am I doing? Why did I bet on this game? I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. Why did I do this to myself again? But if I'm going to do a Justin Jefferson and Robbie Anderson 2-game, same game parlay, $10 on that alone pays $3,400. That's worth a shot.
Right.
Okay, enough with this game. The next game, because everyone loved listening to our breakdown of fantasy for 30 minutes on that. The next one, boys, this is a Stephen Murray special. This is a trend that never happens. This is a trend you will not hear on any other broadcasts. This is exclusive. This is where I need the breaking news, Anthony, right? The best I can do is that's not even the drum roll. This is what I'm going to do. This is a breaking news scenario exclusive to this network. The Patriots are a team with the worst record on the road in division against a team with a better record. So grasp that. Worst record on the road at a team with a better record. Yet the away team with the worst record is the favorite. And not only are they the favorite, the line has now moved from 2.5 to 3 full points. Over under is 39.5. By principle, in my stat line alone, the only guy ever to muff this up is Brett Favre against the Bears. But every other time we've been in this scenario of a lower division team against a higher division opponent, the team who's the favorite covers. Patriots all day on the all line. Patriots all day on over 39.5. The number is way too cheap. This game could go fly into the upper 50s, the way I see it. And I think you can take all of that to the bank. Over under for the Patriots and the Jets to get to 55.5. Over under is plus 680. You can sign me up for that all day. Even over 49.5 is plus 310. Wow. I mean, talk if you want a round robin and take a shot there. Don't ask me how, when, where, or why. I just know that my crystal ball says that this is an over game. And that's just my first thought that comes to my mind completely. And the trend, like we just talked about, if the Patriots do blow out the Jets at minus 12.5 is plus 300. That's going to be good enough for me as well. Plus 330 at minus 13.5. I'm all Patriots all day. Nephew Dave, I'll start with you first. You're going to tell me that I'm an idiot, but I want to hear it from you first.
I thought about it, Steve, but I'm actually going to play the over with you here. I'm going to move it to I think really the reason is the Jets running back getting hurt. So I think that's why y'all got the favor there. I could be wrong, but something's telling me Breece Hall gets hurt. You know, he's a key component in the Jets offense. So maybe they're expecting them to have a little bit more trouble moving the ball now that he's hurt. So I believe that's why they did it. And 40. I'm going to ask them to get 48 points and take 47.5 at plus 229. I think that's how I'm going to play that game.
And Anthony, what are you looking at here?
The Patriots scored 14 points at home against the Bears. How do you think they're going to react? I mean, just ask yourselves that. As far as fantasy implications, you saw the running back situation. We all know that Ramondre Stevenson is a stud. Harris, what's his name? Damian Harris. I mean, he only got like 3 carries on Monday night. But that team is ready to go. It's just a matter of, is Mac Jones going to say, all right, I'm your starting quarterback. I'm ready to go. Screw this Bailey Zappi crap. Game on.
That's going to be exactly what it is, I think.
That's what I'm counting on.
And I'm hoping for it. Like, I actually like both quarterbacks, and I can't believe I'm saying this for a New England Patriots team. But look, we all got me and you. We both got to see Bailey Zappi live.
Yes, his first coming off the bench style.
That was the first time that we ever actually saw him. Did you know who he was? Because guess what? I didn't.
I completely did. I was completely aware of that. And I'll say this. I don't think there's probably 1 or 2 of us in the world, but to name the amount of people who were there live to see Tom Brady come off the bench to spell Drew Bledsoe when Noel Williams separated his lung, and to see Bailey Zappi come off the bench to spell Brian Hoyer for a headache. Sounds like two. Sorry, concussion people. I'm not joking. Am I the only one on the planet in the universe that saw Zappi and Brady's both rise to prominence? Zappi's not there. We know that. Jones is a starting quarterback. They put that controversy to rest real quick this week. They had to. They had to name Jones the starter. They had no choice. You saw how the fans reacted to Zappi when he came in the game. And that was a tough spot for him. He didn't play well after having to, look, I need to come in and save the day on Monday Night Football because my team's stinking it up. And his tackle didn't do him any favors with all the penalties there. Trent Brown, you were terrible in that. Is there an over-under in Trent Brown penalties today? Because it's probably at 3.5 minus 120 if that's the case. But I'm going to look for the Pats to rebound and score a lot of points. And I think we all kind of see that. And we will review that. Any other best bets, boys, real quick on that?
Yeah, I want to come at you with another weekly special real quick.
The Dave's weekly special.
I'm the weekly special guy. There you go.
All right.
Michael Carter, 1+ rushing touchdown. Stevenson, 1+ rushing touchdown, plus 225. Can we see that?
Anthony?
Yeah. I mean, I know they just got James Robinson from the Jags, but it's Michael Carter's backfield. And it was Michael Carter's backfield before Breece Hall decided to implement himself as, the de facto number one running back. It was still Michael Carter's backfield. And guess what? He's not that bad. He was no good running back. And now they just got James Robinson and everyone's going to lose their minds. Carter's probably going to start. Can't confirm that because the Jets I don't really think they have anyone to actually tell us that. They just kind of show up and we're like, oh, look, there they are. But it's Michael Carter's backfield right now. Yes, James Robinson's going to get his. Is he going to be the goal line back and possibly score a touchdown? Probably. I'm not sure about this week, though.
Right.
So Michael Carter, yes.
All right. Lots of look at there. Go Pats is all I'm going to say. All right, fellas, if there was a color scheme for Halloween costumes, and if these two teams were to do it correctly today, then this could actually be a really fun game to watch. In fact, I think they should all just wear black, to be honest. The Raiders minus 1.5 are at the Saints. 49.5 is the over-under. This is our last 1 o'clock kickoff. It is from the Caesars Superdome. The over is hit in the last 9 games combined for these two. The Raiders rank 11th in rushing, if you knew that, if that's a fascinating stat to you, that the Raiders are 11th in rushing. But they are 3-6 on the road against the spread in their last 9. They've never met on Halloween. And again, we have another one of these obscure matchups, AFC versus NFC, which is always fun. And the Raiders lead the series 7 wins, 6 losses to 1 tie overall in their career. In the Saints, Andy Dalton, a nice job, 8th in passing, 256.3 yards a game. And they're also 8th in rushing, 142 yards a game. Chris Olave has been a fantasy superstar to some people. He's getting me points every week. He's getting Dave Del Grande points. Anthony, fantasy, since we're talking about it, what's your angle on this game?
Well, the biggest thing is you guys remember what Josh Jacobs did last week? 3 touchdowns. 3 freaking touchdowns. If I'm also looking at this, so Devontae Adams and Darren Waller are both questionable. No injury, at least for Devontae Adams. It's not injury related.
Dave Del Grande loves the Saints today, and he's a Raiders backup.
While Devontae Adams is sick, let's put it this way. Devontae Adams was how I was for the past week. So you think you can play a football game looking like me, tacking up a storm for the past 7 days? However, the NFL players, I'm sure they're getting something extra, some better drugs than I got at least. He isn't expected. Yeah, the one thing I regret about not going to the doctor, the drugs I had, not that good. NyQuil and DayQuil, that only lasts so long. But as far as actual NFL players, and for Devontae Adams' standpoint, he is listed as questionable, but he is expected to play. I don't have any big expectations for Adams, honestly, because, look, he's got the flu. And guess what? I had the flu. You don't want to do much.
Right. That's for sure.
And I don't want any backers to be like, "Oh, Michael Jordan has a big flu game." He was sick, but one, he was Michael Jordan, and two, he wasn't that sick when he played.
I'm looking at, if I look at the sportsbook reboot and kicking me offline never makes this job easy. If I look at the Saints alternate line, if I'm going to follow the advice of Dave Del Grande, and the injuries, Anthony, you're bringing a lot to light to me right now, to be honest, because I did not know how dire this could be for the Raiders today, and that's why we all listen to this show. If I'm looking at an alternate point spread for the Saints today to beat the Raiders by multiple scores, you can get plus 450 at the Saints minus 12.5 if you think they can win by 2 scores at the Raiders at home. And Dalton's been on fire. Chris Olave has been a tremendous wide receiver. Nephew Dave, could you see anything in this game?
Honestly, I don't feel like I like much in this game. This is one I'm probably going to stay away from. Other than I do have Olave on my fantasy team as well. Always reliable, points every week, as you said. Maybe something with him, receiving props, touchdowns. Other than that, I don't like really anything in this one.
Anthony, how about you?
This might be the game where Alvin Kamara goes lethal. Andy Dalton, we saw what he did last Thursday. A couple Thursdays ago. Andy Dalton starting. Now, the only drawback is that Jameis Winston is still active, but they're starting the Red Rocket over Winston.
Anthony, that is not the only drawback. You always have to contend with Taysom Hill.
Oh God, I forgot about that nonsense. This is why I don't draft any Saints players anymore, because of that loser. He's either going to score 4 touchdowns or he's going to get 2 rushes for 8 yards.
I asked Dave Del Grande. I was like, the Ant-Man and me have been haunted by Taysom Hill fantasy. I was like, have you ever found yourself in those shoes? And he immediately laughed.
Look, I listen to my podcast. I listen to this. I listen to that. I listen to my Sirius. Every single analyst, everyone that I have, poured everything into, they say the same thing. If you ask me any Taysom Hill question, I'm going to hang up on you.
I might just be. Go ahead. Keep going.
They have no idea. Neither does anyone else. Like I said, Taysom Hill's either going to score 3 or he could score 8 touchdowns today, or he's going to get 8 catches, or he's going to get 8 rushes, or he's going to get 8 snaps. I don't know. No one knows. So if you're really looking at throwing the biggest dartboard throw of the day, pick Taysom Hill to get a touchdown and don't watch the game.
I'm going to look at Chris Olave at 10-1 odds for 2 touchdowns.
That
maybe
sounds,
in this game.
by the way, the last thing you just played, that sounded terrifying.
So what that is, it's so this is how it is, to be honest. When I listened to the old Z104 back on the radio way back in the days, with the morning zoo. Everyone has that morning zoo radio show, right? So they would have the guy who opens the door, walks through the door, and then falls off the cliff with his voice, falling and fading away in the background. You know what? I tried to Google that and look that up. I had to combine two different sounds, and that's the best I can get. But in my kid days, that was hysterical. The guy who would walk through the door and fall off the cliff, because honestly, that's what gambling's all about. Let's be honest.
You need to rename that. You really need to rename that button the Taysom Hill one.
The Taysom Hill button.
I can actually do that too on the screen. That's funny, Anthony. TH1 and TH2, I can put, since it's two different buttons I need to press for that. All right.
I was gonna say, anytime anyone says Taysom Hill, hit that button and then just stop talking about it.
Okay, so we have some interesting angles there. Nephew Dave, any last thoughts on that before we move on to these last 4 games we got?
No, just the game props for Chris there.
All right, so the next game we have on the board. I told Nephew Dave this earlier. We are live. We have our $14.14 3-game parlay, which is paying plus money right now. And that is on the Seahawks in first place to win their division, the Falcons, who can win today and get first place overall in their division, and the Texans, who come at home today to play the Titans. The Texans are now a 1-point favorite. We have a quarterback change as well. The over-under is 38.5. This is your 4 o'clock window game. The Texans are 7-1 against the Titans in their last 8 meetings against the spread, and 6-3-1 overall in their last 10 games. So as bad as everyone wants to say the Texans are bad or terrible, they have not been that. But the Titans, they were 4-1 since their blowout at Buffalo. They've rebounded nicely. And this is a battle in the AFC South, NRG Stadium, 405. What do you got for me, Anthony? Let me hear it.
What game are we talking about? I'm trying to get this stupid London game on.
The Texans and the Titans. I may have to come over there and watch that, actually. I got ESPN Plus, but there's been some technical difficulties over here. I need to make that work on the TV.
Well, so let's just start out with Tennessee and Houston. Let's start with Tennessee. Tannehill's out. Malik Willis is in. I'm excited. I think this dude is an absolute stud. Yes, he's a rookie, and I know he's probably not going to do that well today, but I'm intrigued on this. They're probably going to rely heavily on Derrick Henry, but I'm just excited to see what this quarterback's capable of.
Nephew Dave?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, and I'm actually looking at him maybe to get around the 5 to 15 yard line and rush one in. Anytime touchdown score plus 250 for that. There's a reason that they picked him up. I'm actually a little curious myself to see what he's going to do. Like you pointed out, he is a rookie, so they probably will give the ball a lot to Derrick Henry, so we might not see him that much. Maybe that's why the odds are a little bit higher. But if you watched him at college at all, he can get outside. He can, I could see him rushing for one in that regard anyway. So I would probably go that way or move the spread up just a little bit, maybe 5.5 to the 9.5 range there. I think they can beat the Texans, so we'll just keep an eye out for the quarterback, see what he does.
I think it could go either way. And I mean, look, we didn't get much exposure to Malik Willis. He kind of played like Lamar Jackson at Louisville, years ago. But the problem is he went to Liberty.
Right.
He watched Liberty last year. No one. You only saw him on the ESPN bottom line. You had to actually tune into the ESPN 3s or whatever it's called. So you didn't really get an actual chance to watch. That's why I'm actually intrigued to see what this kid can do. So, but on the other side for Houston, it doesn't. So Nico Collins is out. So he's the second wide receiver, and Brandon Cooks has been on the trade block for weeks now. Now they're listing him as questionable right now. If I'm reading this right now, exactly, it says Cooks with a wrist injury. He is expected to play. Blah blah blah. He's on the trading block. Keep your eyes out on Brandon Cooks because, look, when players want to be traded, what do teams like to do? Show them off, right? So they want to get that trade value up. They want to get that sell value of whatever. If Brandon Cooks is active, I'm looking at him, and I'm not looking at anyone else. I'm really not.
Wow. You know what? I'm looking at this, boys. How about this? I don't care. I went to school in southwestern Virginia, and Liberty is not too far in south central Virginia, maybe even towards the western part of our state. As we get that little peninsula that juts out towards that borders Tennessee, North Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, even for that fact alone. And they're not too far off the neighborhood. But I'm looking at this. I don't care about Liberty because I went to Radford. I care more about my man, Davis Mills, because when I look at Davis Mills props today at plus 360 to have over 300 yards of passing, and I'm not going to even be afraid to go plus 630 on Davis Mills to have over 325 yards passing. Compound that with an alt line with the Texans and the Titans. I'm going to take the Texans and I'm going to lay the hammer down at home as they make a statement, Lovie Smith style, that this is their division and they are going to bring home my $14.14 division winner parlay. Here I go, Nephew Dave, talking about a bet I wandered off from. Texans, Seahawks, Falcons. I am back live after a win today, and I'm not going to be afraid to lay 13.5 points at plus 450. This is a Texans dominant performance today, and I can't wait.
Oh, my God. Hey, breaking news. Russell Wilson just threw a pick.
How about that? What
is
about Derrick Henry for 2 of them? Getting the workload we think he's going to get.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Anthony? Obviously, Derrick Henry is an all 2-touchdown consideration every moment. He's plus 460. That's not the worst payout in the world for Derrick Henry.
No, it's not, and rightly so, because they're playing Houston. There's no J.J. Watt anymore. Look what Josh Jacobs did to them last week. He got 3 rushing touchdowns. So I might actually do a same game with Henry, and I'm not going to do it yet, but maybe Henry and someone on the Texans, maybe Cook. Hell, maybe Davis Mills. Let's see if he got any actual. See that if he got any rushing. Let's see what he got. Never mind. Never mind about Davis Mills. I thought he ran the ball. But by the way, speaking of your Davis Mills prop, he did throw for 302 yards last week. So
yeah. See, that's the information I need. Am I crazy? And then the method to my madness. That is the kind of information I need to be backed up on, Anthony. Thank you.
The only problem I see is that Tennessee's just going to run the ball, and this could be the most boring game you've ever seen. But it's in Houston. This isn't in Nashville. This game could go lopsided, and frankly, hopefully, if you're a Derrick Henry backer, you're a happy person because they're going to feed him the rock all game.
And the best thing about we're having a little Halloween function today, and the best thing about that is there's a good chance, especially the way me and Nephew Dave have been doing espresso shots this morning, that we might not be around for the 4 o'clock games. It might be bedtime for Bonzo at that point. All right, boys, to the Pacific Northwest. Seahawks and Giants. I don't get this spread at all. The Seahawks minus their receivers. Give me more on that, Anthony, or minus 3 points. Over under is 44.5. Is a 4:25 Eastern Standard Time game. If you guys see a different point spread, you let me know. This is updated 6:45 in the morning. I might have to look at this again as I pull my lines up. Of course, they always want me to log in and log out. But boys, big game for the Giants. 6-1 ATS against the spread. Seahawks have had a nice season. I'll start with you, Nephew Dave, first. What kind of angle are you looking at?
Well, right off the bat, not huge money, but I believe it did get home for me last week. The Giants, once again, on the money line, going out to Seattle, plus 140 for that. And I would probably even look into a Giants spread that I have them plus 3.5. You could completely reverse that, or maybe even go more if you're feeling a little frisky for New York. But I think they can go into Seattle, especially with those receivers being hurt for the Seahawks. They could go in there and get another win at plus money on the money line. So that's kind of what I look at at the short, not the deep dive into this game, but just floating on the top of the pool is the Giants money line.
The Giants 30th ranked in passing, and we have those weeks in the NFL. You're like, man, that's weird. Why did that happen? Why did Davis Mills get over 325 yards passing? Well, I'm going to look at the same thing today for the Giants, as their offense is, man, they played great. What can you say? But they haven't blown your doors off
right
at any moment. You're like, I mean, they feel like the Minnesota Vikings light in a way, but that's a discredit to Daniel Jones at this point. To be honest, if you're going to compare him to Kirk Cousins, they've had a very nice season. So when I look at this game here, I'm going to look at a couple things. I'm going to look at the Giants because I'm going to get a great payout because they're already an underdog. I'm going to look at the Giants at an alternate spread of multiple scores, and then no receivers is huge for me. But at a plus 560 at minus 12.5 for the Giants, you can get me on board on that all day long. And the other thing, Daniel Jones, alternate passing yards, plus 630 for Daniel Jones, over 275 yards passing today. Sign me up, sign me up, sign me up all day long. Anthony, what's your take on that?
The only thing that I'm worried about is Seattle is most known for what? Rain, right? Well, guess what?
There's rain today. Yeah, I did see that in the weather.
It's going to be one of those damp, drizzly games.
Field turf, though. There's not grass. Let's remember that.
What?
It's field turf. It's not grass. So it's not going to be muddy. It's just going to be wet rubber pellets flying around, if anything.
Yeah. Like I said, it's going to be one of those wet, damp games. So, it's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker. It's going to be a lot of Saquon. Remember, the Giants just traded away Kadarius Toney to the Chiefs. They're back one receiver, so they're going to have to, rely on Wan'Dale Robinson and Darius Slayton and Richie James and Davis Hills. Are we excited for this? Which means it's going to be Saquon Barkley the entire game. It's going to be Saquon Barkley. It's going to be Kenneth Walker. Metcalf is expected to play somehow. I would definitely pump the brakes on, keep an eye on him, pregame. I could see him actually being more of a decoy, but Metcalf is good. For now, Lockett, rocking and rolling. But look at Kenneth Walker did last week. I can just see him scoring again today for sure.
Kenneth Walker, rookie out of Michigan State. He's had a very nice start to the season. And actually, we discovered him here on the show. Actually, talking with Dave Del Grande, he's like, man, watch out for this guy. And he was definitely right about that. So Seahawks, Giants, it sounds like we have different opinions on this all around. Nephew Dave, any last thoughts before we get to the next game?
So now that now we're thinking, I still like the money line floating on the top of the pool, like I said, but maybe an alternate under. If we're thinking it's going to be a rainy, run the ball kind of game, chew up clock. So maybe an alternate under is going to be a play to look at here.
Ooh.
All right, you guys ready for my horrible dad joke of the day?
What's that?
Since this is going to be a drizzly rain, then if it's going to be a drizzly day, then throw it to Disley. Touchdown prop today. I'm surprised you didn't do me there.
I need the that's the one I need.
There you go.
Move on to the next game.
Commanders at the Colts, Lucas Oil Stadium, 4:25 Eastern Standard Time. Boys, did you know on Halloween in 1954, Washington won 24-21 over the Colts? NFC versus AFC. Surprisingly, this is their 34th meeting. As crazy as that sounds, how have these two teams faced each other 34 times? I have no idea, when all the other teams haven't. Anyway, the Commanders' defense overall 21st, Colts 14th. I am on the Nephew Dave train all day on this one. Colts -3, 39.5 makes 0 sense to me. I am going to be on the Heineke bandwagon completely, and I'm going to look at Washington on an alternate line to go into Indianapolis and beat up on the Texas Longhorns second year. Sam, what's his name's quarterback? Ellinger, the quarterback. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Nephew Dave. I'm going to look for Heineke to be much better than Sam Ellinger because ODU, quite frankly, is better than Texas in my mind. And for the Skins to win by 13 points, you're getting paid plus 520. You can sign me up all day. I know Nephew Dave's going to love this as well. Taylor Heineke over under 1.5 touchdown passes is something I'll be looking at as well.
Looking at it right now.
What's your number on it?
Plus 180.
Plus 180 for Heineke for 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
All over it. And Heineke for 275 yards passing is plus 470 against a Colts defense who's been dismal. Anthony, what kind of angle are you looking at?
We're back. If you guys don't understand what I just said, Google what happened when Texas won a few years ago, because that's exactly what Sam Ellinger said.
Noted.
You have no idea. Oh my God, this is upsetting. Hold on, I get it. Now I'm gonna have to YouTube this.
Yeah, dude, yeah, you gave the audience a project, Anthony. That's what we want to do. So you think this is an Ellinger day? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me, Anthony?
Not really.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right.
I can't believe this. You do not remember this. Oh my God. I can't believe you guys don't remember that.
Would they beat Oklahoma, Nephew Dave, in that game? Was that the...
I forget what it is. Just look up Sam Ellinger. The Longhorn fans were back. It didn't work because Texas won a big game. I forget exactly who they beat, but then they stunk the next couple games. But for that exact second, it was awesome. And that's the only thing that I have to say about Sam Ellinger because that's all I know about him. All I know is he's now starting for the Colts. I'm playing against him in fantasy, so we'll see what happens. I can't believe I'm actually playing against him in fantasy. Look, rookie quarterbacks, they tend to go to their tight ends, their running backs. Pittman, I can see with a big game. Paris Campbell had a huge game last week. Look, there's a reason that the Colts benched Matt Ryan. They need a spark because Matt Ryan has a dead arm. It's over, unfortunately. They got to go with the rookie. He's not a rookie. He seems like a rookie at least. So, I mean, Indy's going to push it. I mean, look, you saw what Washington did last week against my beloved Packers. Guess what? They beat them. It sucked. On top of me being sick, I had to watch Green Bay lose.
And I happen to think it was pretty awesome. Just throwing that out there.
I really want to get off my couch, but I don't want to. I'm not going to because I respect you. I like you. I'm not going to get off my couch. Especially because
Anthony, you have 30 minutes. Well, you have 1 hour until the bartender reports for duty here. So you have 1 hour to rally up.
The dog right now is laying on my legs, and I'm very comfortable. But other than that, that's the only reason why I don't come over there and strangle Nephew Dave for talking all about it. Oh, God, they stunk last week. Oh, no.
Dave.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at Green Bay. I'm glad your football's won.
We'll get to the Packers in a minute. We'll get to the Packers in a minute. Boys, it's Heineke all day for me and Washington on the all line. Nephew Dave, you're the Washington expert. Break this down. I'm not gonna say as fast as you can, but obviously,
right,
way late at this point.
Yeah, I'm running a little late, so I'm taking. I'm going back to it. It hit last week. And I believe this week is higher value at plus 180. I'm just taking that all day. Maybe later, sitting around before this game starts because it is a 4:30 game basically. I might come back to it, maybe do some spread, maybe not, maybe just leave it alone, let Heineke get his. But that's my play there, Steve. We're going for 2 touchdowns again.
Okay, all right. Down to SoFi Stadium, the premier national TV game at 426. Somehow the Colts and the Commanders didn't make the national premier game. They made it the Rams and the 49ers for some stupid reason. So the Niners, we talked about the trend before. They are the favorite on the road. Actually, it's flip-flopped. The Rams are now a 1-point favorite. Look at this. Updated line moves, boys. 41.5. This trend no longer applies. So by principle, we will not even take the Niners as a consideration. But the Rams are -1 at home. No Debo means no interest for me. But I do love Del Grande's angle on McCaffrey getting all the yards, all the points, receiving, rushing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Touchdowns galore. Nephew Dave, I'll start with you. 49ers, Rams.
I might look into some props here. And I also looking at it immediately. If the defenses can show up at all, playing a all under here, taking it down to what am I taking it down to? Somewhere in the 30s. I'm loading here as we speak. Once again, so. Here we go. Popping it up. Taking forever. Jeez.
That's the nature of the beast around here. Is that,
Yes, that right there. And that is the problem. Sometimes it will just not give it to me right now. So I'm going to look to play an all under here maybe, or look at some props. I do have Cooper Kupp on my fantasy team, so maybe some props with him. But I'm not super interested in this game either.
I have a sneaky suspicion the Rams will win this game, even though the trends don't say that. That's just
No,
kind of my
I fully see this because look, the line started at +2.5 in favor of the Rams, and then and even before Debo was rolled out, it shifted to 1.5 +1.5. Now the Rams are favored. Guess what? That means that the Rams are probably going to win this game, and this could be either the Cooper Kupp show. I know Van Jefferson just got activated off the IR. I'm not sure. Let me take a peek to see if he's actually going to be active or not. No Cam Akers. Darrell Henderson's active, but he's been sick. Let's see. Van Jefferson was activated off injured reserve Saturday and will play against the 49ers. So you wanna be contingent. You want to be contrarian? Play some Rams players, not named Cooper Kupp, or just play Cooper Kupp. Because there's no Debo. Brandon Ayuk's their number one receiver. You got George Kittle, and of course, there's that one guy who came from Carolina. What's his name? Oh, Christian McCaffrey. That guy.
His alternate overs for rushing, receiving are just through the roof at 70, 80, 90 yards. I see Jacksonville got a touchdown, 7-0. Do you know who the touchdown scorer is? Anyone?
Evan Ingram, the ex-tight end from the Giants.
Nice.
Okay. I want a Travis Etienne. Please, Etienne too. Okay. So I don't know. I see the Rams or nothing in this, and to see the 49ers at 3-5 though is kind of weird. It wouldn't be surprising to see the Rams at 3-5, but they would be 4-4 and in first place if they win and Seattle loses. Interesting game. I'm not going to get involved, I don't think, too heavily one way or another in this one. I think there are better opportunities on the board, as they say. And that's the, I didn't even pull up the graphic. Let's add that real quick. The two defenses, though, Dave, you like an alternate under the 7th-ranked defense for the 49ers, 3rd-ranked defense for the Rams. And the Rams are 5-1 to the under their last 6 games. 49ers 12-3 under run in their last 15 games. So you might be onto something with that, with the alternate under. Okay. So the night game, Anthony's beloved Green Bay Packers are at the Buffalo Bills. The line is 10.5, 46.5 in favor of the Bills. And we'll start with you. This is your 2-minute soapbox to give the state of the art or state of the union address for all of Packers Nation. What do you got?
If you're a Packers fan, you're looking at this line like Aaron Rodgers is looking at this line. This is the first time that Aaron Rodgers has ever been good timing. This is the first time that he's ever been double-digit underdogs in his entire career. He's going against the juggernaut, Josh Allen, at Buffalo Sunday night with millions and millions of people to watch. He's down Allen Lazard. Christian Watson is questionable. Randall Cobb's on the IR. And he's already thrown a bunch of hate towards whoever has been playing well. We all saw those quotes. I don't know who he's actually talking to. My gut call is that he's talking to Romeo Doubs. But right now, Aaron Jones is his only target, his only player that actually is doing anything that's consistent. However, I'm intrigued to see how this game's going to go. We know that Josh Allen and that Bills team is going to just completely, they're going to take a big commanding lead. They're going to be up like 21-0. It's just going to be a matter of, can Green Bay come back? Can Aaron Rodgers actually swallow his ego, trust his receivers, trust his running backs, and actually do what he's supposed to do? Can this be a close game? I hope. There's a reason why the Bills are a 10.5-point favorite. And frankly, it should be higher. But I still have some hope.
I'm still looking for Dawson Knox to have his breakout performance, which we haven't seen this year. He's 16-1 for 2 touchdowns. That could happen tonight. That might be a prime time.
You know what? Do it right now. Bet Dawson Knox to score first. I did it a few weeks ago. It didn't happen. He hasn't scored first once this year.
13-1 odds for Dawson Knox to get the first touchdown tonight.
How much?
13-1. I think that's a nice juicy payoff for the first touchdown score.
No doubt.
I'm putting $10 on that for sure.
I'm doing it too. I'm on it. Nephew Dave, your Packers Bills take.
I moved the spread going up at least 12.5, even more. 12.5 is low at plus 104 for that, but that's for me starting plus money. I think it could be more. So that's kind of however you're feeling if you're gonna play it that way, like I did. So you can kind of move that as you see fit. But I think 12.5 is a good place to start, just in case they get a couple garbage time points or something like that. At least you can still cover. I think it is a 2-3 score game. I don't know. You can go into 17 points, move it up that. But alternate alt spread for the Bills.
All right. Look at that. Dave saying, let's fucking hammer down the Bills on the alt line. All right, boys. Just like the cave of darkness, you'll never think you'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yet here we are, Monday night, the last game to talk about. The Bengals are minus 3.5 at Cleveland right now. The over-under is 45.5 points. Overall, the Bengals defense is nice. They're 9th overall, and they are on a 13-3 against the spread run. The Bengals have also covered 7 of the last 8 versus the Browns, and the Browns are 1-4 against the spread their last 5, and 2-6 in their last 8 Monday night games. The Bengals, they are on a 10-2 under run themselves, so you think they're that high scoring. They've been under 10 of the last 12 games, if you can believe that. That's nuts in itself. Anyway, I could see complete Bengal domination in this game. Brissett, I don't think was ever the answer from the get-go. I don't know if Deshaun Watson is the answer when he gets back. And he should be available after this week, if that's correct. I'll leave that with you, Anthony. What do you got?
Well, you look at this game in a couple of different angles. Obviously, one is in Cleveland. They're the home team, and they have an interesting running back named Kareem Hunt that they have been actively attempting to trade. So do not be surprised if Kareem Hunt gets dealt in the next couple
lots
days.
of rumors waking up today about that. So that's going to happen sooner than later, I would think. It'd be interesting to see if he's inactive today, but I guess he won't be.
Well, like I said, a lot of times, unless the trade is absolutely imminent, that's when they would go inactive. But a lot of other times they try to showcase their running back, saying, look how good he is, and give me a 3rd-round pick instead of a 4th-round pick. Actually, the biggest rumor right now is that he's going to get dealt to the Rams, but it's the NFL. We don't know. David Njoku, their star tight end, he's out. Other than that, Harrison Bryant, he actually did okay last year as well. So he did okay. So like I said, if you have David Njoku, he is out. As far as Cincinnati is concerned, you got Jamar Chase in your lineup, you better get rid of him right now. You better put him on the bench because he's out. Which means it's going to be heavily relied on Jim Mixon, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, and Hayden Hurst.
Nephew Dave?
Yeah, this is a tricky one, I think, for me. Not one that I've spent a lot of time looking at. So if I'm gonna go into something, maybe we're gonna pick on that Browns defense a little bit. Go with some passing yards, or you could even go touchdown scores because you have Higgins over there. Higgins and Boyd, I think, are going to be probably two good options to score. One's at plus 130, the other at minus 105 that I'm looking at that. They're both going to probably get heavy targets with Chase being out. So maybe look at them for two or the first, maybe a T. Higgins touchdown plus 600 for the first touchdown of the game. If I'm playing that one, that's probably how I'm going to attack this one, being that it's just, for me, not all that exciting.
Yeah, and me neither. And Chase being out, that kind of ruins the whole ball of wax fun for me, to be honest.
I'm with you.
And
I've never been more excited to not watch a game.
Well, the good news is that we can all tune into what the puck is going on tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time live and get all of the NHL breakdowns for Monday night and Tuesday. We'll look ahead to that as well. Nephew Dave will be hosting that. And where we don't have to watch the Bengals and the Browns, we can make our money on the ice tomorrow night.
That's right.
And if there's been parity in the NFL, what do you call what's been happening in the NHL?
Oh, man.
I mean, that is parody galore right now. Especially the NBA, too. If you're not paying attention to these other sports, there are some teams that you're like, what the heck is going on? Chicago Blackhawks, to name one, who they seem to be on fire. And so we'll get all your hockey stuff for you there. And, of course, we had the Friday soccer paycheck, Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, replay to follow, hosted by me. And finally, the EPL starts pouring in goals. I didn't personally connect things correctly, but if you're listening to the show, you may have, because we really like the over Newcastle goals. When we thought about it, I went with the over with the full game, but Newcastle got there easily on their own, and that would have been the cash winner for the other plays that we talked about. So I messed up in that regard. But, we didn't recap the plays for last week, Dave. I stunk the plays last week, NFL overall. Nephew Dave, though. Nephew Dave is on fire. And without further ado, we'll get to our picks for today. Anthony, I'll go ahead and start with you. Anthony. What are the weird things that you're looking at that maybe someone might want to grab onto? Interesting fantasy angles, blowouts. What do you got?
I love the Robbie Anderson pick. I honest to God do. I never thought I'd say that. So I'm fine with that. I am fine with, if I'm going on the Detroit side, DeAndre Swift is back. So I will not be surprised if he gets into the end zone. I know Amon St. Brown is questionable. I'm not trusting him right now, but I am with DeAndre Swift. Oh, by the way, Trevor Lawrence just threw a pick at the 1 yard line.
You hand it off to ETN, you idiots.
Exactly.
You idiots.
How everyone projected. If I'm going to shift maybe 1 or 2 touchdowns, of course I'm going to throw in Cooper Kupp, and I know Van Jefferson just got back, which could create a decoy for Allen Robinson, who might have better odds than normal. I know he scored a couple weeks ago. They were on the bye last week, so we'll see how that goes. I know Allen Robinson has not been that well. Look, I'm going to go back to the Justin Jefferson train. I'm going to stack this game with Jefferson, with Nuke, and maybe Rondell Moore. If I'm looking at anyone else, you already talked about Pickett to Pickens. And the last one I'm really going to go with, and I hate that I'm going with the Buffalo. You know what? I'll save all my stuff. I'm just going to stack Green Bay and Buffalo. I'm hoping for a shootout. Hopefully we don't get too drunk today that we miss it.
That's probably actually going to be the
It's
case.
very good. It's going to be unfortunately very accurate. But
It is Halloween.
I'm going back to that Carolina Atlanta game. DJ Moore, give me DJ Moore, give me Deontay Foreman.
DJ Moore, yeah, DJ Moore. I like it. Yep.
Yeah, I give me some DJ Moores. And I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Give me a random Drake London score at Atlanta. Everyone's going to be betting on Kyle Pitts. And guess what? I hope he does score. But I'm not expecting it.
All right.
So give me a Drake London score. He's been off the past couple weeks.
All right.
Russell Wilson, you are so bad. Oh, my God.
Did he just give him the ball back?
The referee had a better chance of catching the ball than his receiver.
Okay. All right. So, Nephew Dave, what are your picks?
All right. So my picks today, we're going to go with over 1.5 passing touchdowns for Hurts, over 1.5 for Heineke, and the Bills minus 12.5. So we have that. Then we have going to go. So I took over 50 in the Vikings game. I have a weekly special for us. Michael Carter, 1+ rush. Stevenson, 1+ rush. And Derrick Henry for 2 of them. And then lastly, under 35 in the game currently on now with the Stinky Broncos and the Stinky Jacksonville.
Yeah, you like that. I never jumped on that alternate under 31. I should have.
Yeah.
A pick of the one helps, that's for sure.
Then I have the Falcons minus 9.5. Pretty decent value there. And then lastly, I'm going to close it off with another weekly special. Prescott for 250+ passing yards. Fields, 50+ rushing yards.
Ooh, sneaky. Okay, here are my picks. And happy Halloween, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this very, very long show today. Let me pull up my menu one last time.
Travis Etienne for 49 yards. What a rush. Unbelievable.
Touchdown?
Oh, by the way, I know you guys are talking. I wasn't on yet for Dallas. It's the Tony Pollard show today. Zeke's probably not going to play. Ride with Pollard.
All right, good angle on that game. I like the over in that game. Did Etienne get a touchdown or did he get tackled?
He got tackled. Russell Wilson actually dove on the field and said, "Let's ride," and everyone just fell over.
All right, here are my picks. I got Etienne for 2 touchdowns as we speak. I'm going to take over Cowboys and Bears, alternate over. I'm going to stretch that to 52, 53 points and get 3 to 4 to 1 odds for that. I like Ant's DJ Moore pick. I might take that for Carolina today. I'm going to take George Pickens for 2 in the Steelers game. I'm going to take the Pittsburgh Steelers outright winners plus 400 to beat the Eagles as well today on that. Miami, Detroit, I'm going to pass on that one altogether. I see lots of points in the Vikings-Cardinals game. I'm going to stretch that to an alternate over. 48.5 is not enough for the regular over at all, so we're going to stretch that big to around plus 310 at 58, 59 points, whatever that may be. We also have Robbie Anderson locked in for 2 touchdowns. We're going to take New England on an alt line. We're going to take the over New England as well, as this is going to be a higher scoring game than 39.5 for sure. And we're going to go ahead and throw Ramondre Stevenson, and again, we're going to go to him again, 2 touchdowns. We're going to take a flyer on the Saints to win big against the Raiders at home as well today. The underdog Saints, I'm not going to buy that. Andy Dalton's had a nice season. And I may take Chris Olave for 2 touchdowns as well. I'm going to take Davis Mills, his overpassing props today, and the Houston Texans on an alt line. You're going to get nice money on Davis Mills over 275 yards passing, almost 7 to 1, or 6.5 to 1 anyway. And I'm going to look for the Texans to go ahead and beat the Titans and keep my $14.14 three-game parlay division winner of Seattle, Atlanta, and Houston alive. That pays $170,000 on that $14 preseason bet. Giants and Seahawks. I think my angle on that is going to be the Giants on the null line. I think Seattle loses today. Sign me up for Heineke Nation all day with Washington. I don't know much more beyond that. There's a ton of bets. I had none from the start. Now I have 1,000. That's why we do this show. We are risking the minimum to get the maximum reward. Thanks, boys, for joining us today. Nephew Dave, good job today.
Yes, sir. Happy Halloween.
The Ant-Man, let's have a good day at the studio social. And everyone, good luck on your bets. Have fun this week.